Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is taking place and so fast, and therefore everybody must work hard to be able to keep abreast with everything that is taking place. Well, one frustrated farmer comes out clearly and does a video in warning the government and Kenyans as a whole that in 3 days, if he doesn't make a sale for his maize, he will set it on fire. Well, Kenya Kwanza government seems to be having a deaf ear to all the outcry of farmers, reasons best known to themselves. Well, it is time we talked about this at length, and therefore I invite your opinion from wherever you are. What is wrong with Kenya Kwanza buying the maize from the farmers and is quick in buying maize across the sea to bring in the name of GMOs? Is this part of the scheme to impoverish the farmers and make them beggars? Let's get talking. And of course, Kamukunji Wednesday is loading fast. The psyche is there, the fire is there, the spirit is up amidst threats from government as usually expected. Let's dive into the same and be able to tell each other the truth, even as we continue with the discussion. A lot is taking place, and we have to embrace and be able to ensure that nothing is left behind. And of course, the 100 days of Kenya Kwanza are quickly running out. The scorecard is to be evaluated. How much do you give to Kenya Kwanza since they assumed office? It is almost now 60 days since they have been in office. Their first 100 days, how will they be? How will they score in the eyes and in the hearts and in the minds of Kenyans? Let's talk about it also and be able to give them the marks that is due to their performance. In my opinion, they have done everything for themselves except for Kenyans. Karibu sana kila mmoja. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure the camera and the audio for you, and then you will be in this space and we will talk face to face. We're glad you're following from wherever you are, and if you're able to get us, don't watch alone. Invite everybody in your life. Share that link with your WhatsApp group, with your Facebook groups, and every other platform that has anybody who cares to hear what Kenyans are saying about their country and their politics. So karibu sana kila mmoja, usisalie nyuma kuwa extension ya channel hii, kuhakikisha kwamba unawaleta wengi ambao wangependa kujifunza mawili matatu kwa kutazama mahojiano ya leo na mjadala wa leo, tunapoangazia kwa kina mkulima anayesema atachoma mahindi kama hatapata mnunuzi. Siku 3 amepeana. Nakumbuka kuna janga la njaa, kumbuka kuna pay bill ambayo Deputy President Gachagua himself anainua, anasema tuchangie, ili hali wakulima wanalia, wanaomba mkuje kununua mahindi. Sasa sijui Kenya inaenda vipi, lakini ningependa tu tuangazie kwa kina nini kinachoendelea na nini tutakachokifanya ili tuponye inji hii. Karibu sana kila mmoja, na washukuru wote ambao mmejumuika nasi katika maandalizi na mchakato wa mazungumzo ya leo. Kwa hivyo usikose kufuata mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Kuna mato makandeti, watu kujeni tuoshe studio. Wewe umechelewa kuosha, sasa kuja uwashe badala ya kuosha. Asante. Lakini Kamo, karibu sana, tunashukuru. Asha Omari, karibu sana. Margaret, hi to you, thank you so much. Alice Naba, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu? Mavela, you are welcome. If I mispronounce your name, begin by forgiving me. Passionate love of Christ, you're welcome. Elvis Kipruto, kwenda huko. Hata mimi nimesema hivyo hivyo vile unavyosema. Aha, Mili Mumoji. Karibu sana, karibu sana. Nani huyu? Lucas Okelo. You're welcome. Jacob Mtua. Okay, sawa sawa. Kenya mna majibu kweli. Haya, tuyasonge mbele. Nani huyu mwingine ambaye sijamuona? Yufin wetu, karibu sana. Kuna Fabian Kemboi, you're welcome to the show. Kadafi Arani, karibu sana. Nani huyu mwingine? Dennis Ondiek, kama kawaida, karibu sana. Anasema, how are you members? Let us meet at Kamukunji on Wednesday. Hiyo iko kama tarehe, tutakuwe hapo. Mariam Kache, karibu kwa show. Kuna Nyarango Otis Anthony, karibu kwa show. Is that farmer from Nyanza, Eastern Coast, Central? Kwingine, put the point clear. The farmer is from Rift Valley. We'll be playing the video to prove the same. Na unaelewa hii maneno yote. Lucy Alela. Okay, tungeandika kila kitu lakini haturuhusiwi kwa sababu there are limited words that the title should bear. So bear with us even as we continue with the discussion. But mbivu na mbichi itakwenda kujulikana hivi karibuni tunapoangalia masuala haya kwa kina. Mama wetu Mary Wainaina, karibu sana. Thank you so much. We are glad you are watching and following the broadcast. Like we always say, those who are following us, don't watch alone. Get 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. And unfortunately, those who have been following us on Twitter, we can't sustain that channel because we have a limited number of channels we can run at a go. And since we have resumed Facebook 2 channels and YouTube 1 channel, that is enough. That's the maximum number of channels we can run in one show. And so if you've been following us on Twitter, you need to switch either to Facebook or YouTube to get our broadcast. And from there, share it anywhere. You share the link, somebody clicks, will be able to get the broadcast. And we are happy that you are out there. And we are here to see to it that we do our very best to secure our country from being destroyed by bad governance. It's our duty to see to it that we tell Kenya Kwanza to wake up and realize that Kenyans are frustrated, Kenyans are demoralized, Kenyans are not happy. And therefore, as their 100 days begins to run out, their scorecard, I don't know how it will be, but from my suspicion, the Kenyans are not a happy lot about the sluggishness and the kind of mistreatment in the first 100 days of Kenya Kwanza governance. And therefore, let us all be vigilant. Still looking for that video so that it can start us off in the maneno of mkulima anaitisha kuchoma mahindi kama kanua mnunuzi yeyote ajitolea lete lori anunue mahindi yake, anasema atayachoma. Sasa anauliza swali ambalo ni nyeti sana. Kuna njaa Garissa, kuna njaa Moyale, kuna njaa Marsabit, kuna njaa mpaka janga la njaa limefanya Deputy President anaendesha pay bill ya kuchangia ili chakula kipatikane kwa watu ambao hawana chakula. Kumbuka juzi tu tulikuwa tunazungumzia kuhusu mama aliyeaga dunia Baringo kwa kukosa lishe. So kama tuko hali mbaya hivi, alafu wakulima wana mahindi na wako tayari kuyauza, lakini serikali badala inunue mahindi ya wananchi imekwenda kuagiza mahindi kutoka nje. Hii ni serikali ya aina gani na inatakia nini nchi hii kama inajitolea kupeleka hela ya Kenya kwa nchi nyingine kuleta mahindi, ile hali mahindi yapo papa hapa ambako watayapata kwa bei nafuu na watayapata tena yakiwa ndani ya nchi yatakuwa si GMO, yatakuwa yenye afya kwa Wakenya. Sasa shida iko wapi? Kama wewe ni mwana Kenya Kwanza, tungeomba tu tafadhali uje utueleze shida iko wapi na mahindi ya Wakenya na mahindi ya wakulima wa Kenya, mpaka mkaamua kwenda kununua mahindi nje, ile hali mmeacha mahindi hapa, na Wakenya wengine wanaendelea kuumwa na njaa na kugandamizwa na hali ngumu ya maisha. Serikali hii inapata maksi ngapi? Siku zao 100 katika uongozi ziko karibu kuyoyoma. Sijui wewe unaona vipi, hawa wamefanya kivipi katika kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya wako salama na Wakenya wanasonga mbele katika mambo ambayo yanafurahisha, yanaridhisha, na they are happy that everything is working out. So we'll play the video before we listen to Macfish. Macfish, I hope you are okay. Thank you. You're watching with Mamsaf, okay?
Ona, nimekasirika. Hii mahindi yenye unaona, hii mahindi yote unaona, hakuna mtu ananunua mahindi. Alafu tunasikia ati serikali wameota mahindi kutoka ng'ambo, kutoka nje. Na serikali pia wakatuuzia mbolea 6,000. Tukakuja tukakomboa shamba, tukalima, ndio hii Mungu ametusaidia tukapata mahindi. Hakuna lori, haionekani lori ya kununua mahindi. Na ndio hii nataka kunyesha. Hata sijui nitafanya aje. Hii mahindi ikikaa tu hivi siku 3 ikiwa nje, haki nitachoma. Uongo mbaya. Na nitachoma na nimulike ndio nimuone ya kwamba tumekasirika. Sasa tumengangana, tumelipa, tumefuna. Hakuna lori. Serikali wanaota mahindi kutoka ng'ambo ya GMO, na sisi ndio tunahangaika hapa, hatuna kazi. So chenye tunaenda fanya sahi, tunatafuta kazi nyingine. Hata hiyo uwizi ya kuiba masimu kwa Nairobi pia tunaweza fanya. Sipokuwa sasa hatujui hata tutaanza aje. Watu wako na njaa huko Karisa, huko Marsabit. Na sisi ndio tuko hapa, tumepanda, hakuna mtu anafuna, hakuna mtu ananunua, hakuna lori inaonekana, ndio mvua ndio kunyesha. Ndio mahindi, hakuna mtu ananunua. Alafu mnasema Ruto ametufanyia nini? Na ulituomba kura tukakupea.
Okay, a frustrated farmer there expressing his frustration with his maize, no buyers, and government is ordering from abroad. I don't know what you feel about the whole situation, but in my opinion, Kenya Kwanza is not doing well. Macfish, vipi?
Salama sana, habari ya wewe?
Iko salama.
Sasa unajua,
yeah.
Acha nisalimie mashabiki wote, lakini sasa unajua watu wanakula kile walichopanda. Naona hapo mkulima amesema vizuri, ako na mahindi na serikali inaagiza mahindi kutoka nje. Lakini ukimsikiza vizuri amesema Ruto tulikupigia kura. Yeye mwenyewe ametipitisha mahali aliweka kura yake. na hiyo serikali yenye alichagua, that is the best it can treat its citizens. So kitu anatakikana kufanya yeye ni kunyamaza, kwa sababu hiyo ndio serikali alichagua na hiyo ndio waliambiwa. But from the human point of view, tunaweza sema at least hii serikali kitu inaweza fanya, scoring wise it is like 2/10. They are doing a lot of talking but nothing happening on the ground. Sasa tuangalie, wakulima ni ukweli wako na mahindi na mahindi yenye imeagizwa kutoka ng'ambo, si eti watu watapewa bure. So it means there is money. Yet mnasema bottom up. I don't know whether it's bottom up ama top bottom. The only advice which I can give this government ni wao tu wakubali tu, they become human, waone tu wa Kenya wanaumia. At least they buy, because we have maize and yet people are dying in Northeastern. But tujiulize, wakati tulikuwa tunachagua, did we make the right decision? The government is in business. It is in business with its own people. And it is killing its own people. Kitu mimi nila tu kuonea watu huruma. Ile serikali walichagua, mimi niko upinzani, mpaka saa hii niko upinzani. Na tunasema Wednesday tuko Jacaranda. Wale walichagua hiyo ingine, wao, the only advice I can give them, waongee na DP, aone vile atawasaidia. But score wise it is 2/10. A lot of talking, nothing is happening, and nothing is going to happen if these guys, they are not going to change. That's my take.
Okay, thank you, Mark Fish. We appreciate that start and a hopeless situation indeed. Let's listen out to this video as we continue the conversation. Thank you watu wa comments, tafadhali naomba mulinde nidhamu na tuendelee katika kutenda yale ambayo inafaa kutendwa. Margaret anasema Mark Fish, bottom down and then bottom what? And then bottom up. Hii mambo ni kali sana. That farmer is not honest. There are a lot of buyers. Maybe prices are low. Maybe this farmer is too lazy to sell. He's on the market. Kenyan 254, you are sick. The person is outside, the maize is on the market and you're telling him he's lazy. Have you ever farmed before? Can you see those sacks of maize coming from your farm? Don't go there. If you must defend UDA government, just defend it, but not insult farmers. Don't add salt to injury. Okay, let's watch this even as we continue the conversation. Karibu kila mmoja, tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu ili wote tukamakinike katika siasa zetu kwa kuhakikisha kwamba unafahamu kile kinachojiri katika nchi yetu kwa majira inayofaa.
So somebody is being added na yange.
Wow.
Kwa makamishna wane wa Iebc. Vilevile, kamishna Irene Masit aliyetarajiwa kufika mbele ya kamati hiyo alisusia kidai kuwa kamati hiyo haina uwezo kikatiba wa kusikiliza malalamishi dhidi yake. Sine Chazima na taarifa kamili.
Tishio lake Raila Odinga la kuandaa maandamano siku ya Jumatano limepingwa na Rais William Ruto, ambaye anawataka wasiegemee kwa njia moja ya kupitisha hoja zao.
Street demonstrations, street fights should not be part of the script of any responsible opposition unless they want to be a dictatorial opposition.
Ruto alielezea athari za maandamano kwa biashara na amani ya taifa.
We want everybody to do their job, right? We want to do our job, and we wish well the opposition in doing their job, but they should do it peacefully. I do not think organizing demonstrations and getting Kenyans to do the things they want Kenyans to do is part of holding any government to account.
Okay. Matamshi yake rais yanajiri siku moja tu baada ya kinara wa Azimio One Kenya Raila Odinga kuitisha maandamano mjini Nairobi Jumatano ili kupinga kuondolewa kwa makamishna wanne wa IEBC. Makamishna hao walikuwa kwenye ratiba ya kufika mbele ya kamati ya haki na sheria bungeni. Na ni hapa ambapo wafuasi wake Raila Odinga walifika na kupaza sauti zao wakipinga mchakato wa kamati hii. Wafuasi hao wakiahidi kujumuika kwa wingi mnamo Jumatano pale Kamukunji kama alivyoagiza Raila. Huku haya yakijiri katika ukumbi wa bunge, kamati ya haki na sheria ililazimika kusitisha kikao chao cha mchana mapema baada ya kamishna Irene Masit kususia kufika mbele ya kamati hiyo akidai kuwa haina ufaafu kisheria kusikiza malalamishi dhidi yake.
This committee will consider the matter based on what may be found in writing, and if there isn't anything found in writing, then we'll consider the petition as if it went unresponded to.
Naibu mwenyekiti wa tume ya IEBC Juliana Cherera alimtuma wakili wake Apollo Mboya ambaye juhudi zake za kuomba muda wa ziada wa siku 10 ili kuwasilisha majibu ulitupiliwa mbali, na sasa anatarajiwa kufika mbele ya kamati hii saa 2 za asubuhi ya Jumanne. Kutofika kwa makamishna hawa mbele ya kamati hii kunafuatia agizo lake Raila lililowataka wasifike mbele ya kamati hii. Wanakamati hawa ingawaje wanaimani kuwa Justus Nyangaya na Francis Wanderi wataitikia wito wao hapo kesho.
Kamati hii ya haki na sheria sasa itaketi kujadili ni uamuzi upi itachukua baada ya Irene Masit kukosa kufika mbele ya tume hii ili kujibu malalamishi dhidi yake. Sydney Chazima, NTV, katika majengo ya bunge, Nairobi.
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo. Kuna vuta ni kuvute kati ya opposition na serikali kwa masuala ya maandamano. Rais anasema kuwe na maandamano ya amani. Asubiri tu atayaona ya amani tena, kwa sababu cha muhimu ni kulinda katiba, na kulinda katiba kunahitaji kujitolea. Kwa hivyo kama Wakenya wameamua ni street demonstration, rais tafadhali jiandae kwa kuwapokea kama utawaona kwa street hapo Harambee House ama wherever you will be. But the truth is, the agitation, the picketing, the assembly, it's a freedom enshrined in the Constitution, and you cannot withdraw it no matter what. And so you better learn how to navigate between all that, other than trying to call opposition dictator. Opposition dictatorship. Very interesting phrase coming from the president there, accusing of the opposition of dictatorship. This country is full of wonders. Wonders will never cease. Mr. Guru.
Habari.
Can opposition be dictator?
You know, sometimes when you talk in panic, you are likely to utter words that do not reflect the true nature of things. I think it's panic, and there should be worry, because this thing is not a joke. This man, Raila Amolo Odinga, is an institution, and I thought there are those who went very early in the morning on August 8th to send him to Bondo. is staying like that irritating jigger on the feet. And any reader who thinks that Raila is just a person that is just another fly-by-night politician, then is in for a rude shock. I think it is very clear now that the time is catching up with this regime. And you are aware that since these guys took over, every Sunday, the deputy president talks about Raila Amolo Odinga. Now the president has come into it. Bernard, people cannot talk about you if you are not important, or they do not fear you. I think what is disturbing the two guys at the top is how to handle this battle-hardened fighter. And it's not just them. Even the former president, Uhuru Kenyatta, was totally unable to handle this man. First of all, I think the option of arresting Mzee Raila Amolo Odinga is not it's not an option. Because how do you arrest an institution? I mean, it's not possible to take an institution to prison. This man was made by Moi, and therefore what he has seen and experienced is beyond what can. Now, what else can happen that has not happened? Therefore, I think it is panic that is now that is now ruling the guys at the top. And if you listen very well, I would expect if you have power, you dare. I dare them to try. I did not hear such ones. In fact, those are the ones that
the opposite is what is possible. The opposite is what is possible. We dare him to try to say he dares.
That is precisely what I'm saying. That when you have the monopoly of instruments of power and tools of coercion, you don't appeal, you dare. But this is not what we are seeing in this regime. And it is precisely because the legitimacy issue has not been settled. You go there at a place called Githurai, or these places where you find border guys. You talk about hustler. They will tell you, hiyo ni Ruto na Rigathi. And they will not talk any other word beyond that. Bernard, what does that mean? You are clever enough to know what it means. It's unfortunate that the mess that was done in the previous regime partly has come to catch up with the same man who castigated the government. Borrowing and slowdown in economic growth were all induced in the last 5 years. This man was able to detach himself and win elections. He managed to convince the population that he was not part of the government, but he was part of it. And now, things are getting thick for him. I think it is karma. I think it is karma. What he was insulting Uhuru Kenyatta about in the last 5 years has come to catch up with him. How he handles this from now on is something we waited to see. Otherwise, what I know is that Raila is at his best when he looks most vulnerable, because he's a hardened soldier. The motivation that he has comes from the people, and he knows every time he's drawn to the far end and he joins the masses, then that's where his strength is. Wednesday will be yet another day in Kenyan history that will be written about Raila Amolo Odinga. Thank you.
Okay, asante Bwana Guru kwa utangulizi huo, tunashukuru kila mmoja. Thank you everybody who is following the broadcast from wherever you are. Please make sure you are inviting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to join into the discourse. And just a reminder, the Twitter people, you are not able to get the broadcast directly as you have been doing, because we have only a maximum of 3 channels to run at a go. And so please switch to either Facebook or YouTube to get the broadcast. And kuna wale ambao wananitumia SMS kwani leo hakuna show. Show ipo, kwa wakumbushe kwamba show imeanza. Waje tukazungumze masuala yetu ya nchi hii, nchi ya ajabu kweli, na uongozi wake unatisha. Yaani sijawahi ona serikali kama hii. Mangera, vipi? You unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, na wapongeza sana kwa mjadala wenye mmeleta na mnaendelea kuleta kila wakati. Sasa hii mambo ya hao viongozi wawili wa opposition na mkubwa wetu wa serikali ambaye ni Rais William Ruto, hapo sisi kama wananchi tunafaa kuangalia sana. Tumepotezwa na viongozi kwa maneno yao, kwa matamshi yao kwa muda mwingi sana. Asa huyu baba anaitwa mzee Raila Amolo Odinga, wa watu wenye wamekuwa na wenye wanaenda kukua na wale wenye wamekuwa miaka ya nyuma, wameenda na wameona vile Kenya yetu vile imepelekwa. Sasa mimi chenye nawaomba na nawasi wasiondoke kuenda katika maandamano hiyo siku ikifika. Tafadhali wasiende. Maandamano sio kitu ya kuchenga nchi. Hapo watu wakienda wataumia, watapoteza, na the economy of the day on that place it will be affected. So I don't see anything good from the demonstration on that day. So kindly we advise our people, our brothers, never engage in such an act when the day comes.
Bwana Mangera,
yes,
swali.
Yes.
Umekuja Kenya lini?
Me, I've been Kenya. I was there 10 months ago.
Oh, you came to Kenya 10 months ago?
Yeah, sure.
Are you aware? Are you any history of Kenya? History of maandamano in Kenya?
Yeah, I know it.
Aha, na kuna kile maandamano imeleta Kenya kizuri?
Okay, it brings, but we look on the other side, like now currently the situation of the economy of our country. You know, we are healing for what the country has won for the past days.
Oja ya nidamu, Bernard.
Oda ya nidamu. Yes,
oja ya nidamu.
Iko nini?
Sasa wacha mimi ni mshukuru huyo Mangera, alafu na nimuelezee, amesema amekuja Kenya miezi 10 iliyopita. na nataka nimwelezee kwamba yeye ni mgeni. Hakuna maandamano yenye hata tunafanya sisi. Tunaenda kuitisha ni ukweli, Wakenya wafanyiwe haki, na hakuna haki bila maandamano. Na kama wewe hujawahi ona maandamano, sisi tunakukaribisha hiyo siku, tutakuwa na kuacha kuambia watu eti kutakuwa na watu kupoteza maisha. Hakuna mtu anaenda kupoteza maisha. It will be peaceful demonstrations to ask for our right. And again, you should be very careful and know the history of the Republic of Kenya, that nothing good comes for free. We have been in this game forever. We know it. This is how we play it. Thank you.
Welcome. I appreciate you. So, unajua kila mtu ako na maoni yake, na hiyo ndugu yangu ameongea vizuri sana. Sasa unajua haki kupatikana iko mara mbili. Aidha kwanza wangeenda kwa hiyo koti, waambie vile wataambiwa na wafuate utaratibu wanaofuata. Kuingia kwa parapara ni sawa.
Umewahi enda kotini wewe, koti za Kenya?
Yep. Stay in order. Thank you. Mute your mic. Mute your mic. Thank you very much. Mangera ama Mangera. Okay?
Yeah, Mangera.
Kuna katiba. Yes. Mangera, kuna katiba ambayo inapaswa kufuatwa. Kama haifuatwi, hiyo ndio inaleta maandamano. Kuna hiyo habari?
Hapana, najua.
Kulingana na katiba, commissioners kutolewa katika ofisi, kuna hitaji wale ambao wanashinikiza watoke waende kwa hiyo JLAC committee, wapeane maoni yao kwa nini wanataka the 4 commissioners to be kicked out. After that, the committee should write a recommendation to the president. Then the president should constitute a tribunal. Then the tribunal should try the 4 commissioners. The reason why there is a call for demonstration is because the JLAC committee is demanding that the 4 commissioners appear before them, which is unconstitutional. How do you go for hearing in parliament, then wait for the tribunal, you be tried again? So what is there is that there is a sinister motive to get these commissioners be kicked out of office without following due process. And when they don't follow due process, it puts at risk all other commissioners in their office, especially those who have security of tenure, like the IEBC commissioners. That is the reason for the fight. Unaelewa? So hatuwezi kungoja katiba iharibiwe kwanza ndio tuende kufight. Prevention is better than cure. Tukutane Kamukunji. Thank you everybody. Let's all remain cool. Let's remain cool everybody please. Tulinde nidhamu. Mjadala ni wetu na tuko hapa masaa marefu, kwa hivyo usiharakishe na usikue na pupa. We will find an amicable solution to all our issues. Thank you everybody. Please keep inviting somebody. Hii inaitwa Mtembei TV na tunaangalia siasa zetu na jinsi tutakavyopambana na hii serikali ya Kenya Kwanza iliyoahidi mambo mingi, lakini wakati wa delivery unapofika wanatafuta one excuse after another. It is about 100 days since they assumed office. How do they score? Unataka mwapatie marks. Mark amewapatia 2 out of 10. Mimi nikawapatia 0.2 out of 10. But let's proceed. Mrs. A in the house. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Habari ya kila mtu. Hope mko
Tuko
poa.
Karibu.
This issue of frustrated farmer, I think is just one who represents many, and this should be a lesson to them that next time when they are told to use their vote wisely, they'll use it wisely, not to just elect people. And if you're told this person is not good, He's not a good leader and they don't want to listen. They should know that if you choose a bad leader, the choices have consequences. And the choices you make, the consequences are like, you make bad choices, bad consequences. Good choices, good consequences. So this should remind them that they made the wrong choice. Next time when they are told to use their votes wisely, they should use it wisely. Look for a leader who stands for something, not a leader who just gives promises after promises. The previous ones are not dealt with. He ends up giving you the next ones, the other ones, and then you just go with it. You don't question nothing. You say ni mtu wetu. Next time they should check and use their votes wisely to elect their leaders. Kamukunji on Wednesday, Bernard, I don't know whether I'm the one who misunderstood Baba or what. Did he say mandamano or he said he'll have a word with people? Is there a difference between mandamano and having a word with people? Because I don't understand. To me, I think Baba said he'll have a word with people at Kamukunji. I didn't hear any mandamano. So whoever is trying to paint Baba as someone who likes mandamano, likes to take people on the street, we've not yet reached there. Baba told us to stay calm until the 100 days are over. Then we shall start asking questions. I think people will just go on the road from January. So maybe I misunderstood, I stand corrected, but I think Baba said he'll have a word with people in Kamukunji, go to Mombasa, go to Kisumu, then Kakamega. I didn't hear anywhere he said mandamano. So let the president select, not paint Baba as a dictator, because the opposite is true. We ask him to do his work. No sympathy this time around. He's in power. I don't know how someone who has no power can be a dictator. I don't understand. And then I don't know whether in the constitution there's somewhere written leader of opposition, official, because this opposition thing, role of opposition thing, I think it's just because ni kwa hiari, It's not there in the constitution. The last time Baba tried to bring it up in the BBI, they said hell no. Where is it in the constitution that is written someone has to be the official leader of opposition? Is there anywhere? Does Baba earn from that? How can someone who doesn't even have a position be a dictator? Let him not play with us. Wajinga waliisha. We are watching. The fact that we are quiet does not mean that we are foolish. The 100 days, that's why we are counting up to January. The bottom up, the hustlers themselves, the hustlers will come from bottom to go for them up there. I think that's what they meant. And so when the fees are high, everything is going up. Yani the life is becoming harder and harder every day. When those who have power, who gave you the power, and you misuse it, when they decide to come for you up there, maybe that's what they meant with bottom up. So they meant the people should wait for them to make the mistakes that they are making, to make their lives worse, so that the hustlers can come from bottom to go for them up there, so that they can pave way for other people.
Sentiments.
Sorry?
I request to make an addition after you have done your statement.
Excuse me, bottom down. Bottom down, you're out of order. You're not supposed to speak without gaining express permission, please. You lift your hand, then you'll be picked. Thank you. Aha. Now, hold on. Let her finish the submission. Then you will ventilate on the same if you have a question or a short comment on the same.
All right, Mr. Speaker.
So, Sawa.
Sawa, Mr. Speaker.
Mrs. A,
And
continue.
so Bernard, let them not cry. I saw him, he has started crying. He asked for a strong opposition. Then he captured the judiciary, captured the parliament, captured the Senate. He forgot to capture the people who gave them the power. They thought that by capturing every institution in government, every independent institution that is available, they shall have captured everything. They forgot that the people who gave them the power, who took them there to represent them, they forgot about them. And they forgot that the people are the sovereign. We are the ones who have the power. So if Baba calls for a talk with Kenyans on whether the Cherera 4 should go home or stay, let them not start crying. Let them enjoy. Let the people with power, the people, the hustlers, because I see even the hustlers are frustrated. Because I don't think as Azimio we are as frustrated as such because we expected it. When you expect something, you don't get surprised. It's the hustlers who are surprised, and it's them who are going to realize they made a grave mistake. They need to make a change, and the change is not going to be easy. It's going to be costly. They had the chance to make the change the easy way, but they chose the hard way. So let's enjoy. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante, Mrs. A. Bottom down, what did you want to say?
Thank you for the chance.
I can talk.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the chance. And I appreciate the time you give me because I'm a very small guy on the brigade of the dialogue. Yesterday, you gave me, you people, a very encouraging messages, and I'm following up. I personally am a farmer in a way that as much as I'm a graduate, I can find the means of finding something small because maybe I'm dependent by many fellows, right? So thank you so much. This Mama, Rhoda, thank you so much. You like the judgment of my mom. Thank you so much for the sentiments you have made. I wish to contribute much on this farming, and I've been encouraging more of the graduates like me who have not found their way because we can't depend on this government because it has its own logistics. You have to find an alternative. For instance, I do advise many young people, if you have even a plot of a land which can be which can be substantial for farming, as much as you can, one can plant carrots or whatsoever, so that he can make a living, other than depending on what the government can give him or her. For instance, actually, I'm enjoying just a fruit or some mangoes I do, and the oranges I do plant for the sake. Actually, I appreciate so much the company and Bernard naomba sana msinitoe kwa group na follow kila siku sana, lazima niingie nitumie hata bando zangu sana, because you people are all people like my uncles and my aunts wenye mnanipea advice mzuri sana which can enable me empower young guys like me who maybe doesn't have even an opportunity to have bundles and making a converse. Thank you so much. Na nikianza niwaonyesha I'm a comrade and I'm still doing my best to to make the ends meet, not even like me. Like even I try to even to my brothers, my siblings. Actually, I'm the eldest son in a family, and I try so much to even to advise
Okay.
my
Thank you.
fellow
Bottom down.
colleagues.
Thank you. Let's do this. We have a
Uh-huh.
long conversation this night. Okay.
All right.
So I would
Mute.
love
Let me mute.
us to go. Let's go back to our mkururo. Okay.
All right.
What tunafanya hivi tafadhali? First come, first served. I thought you had a question for Mrs. A. That's why I gave you an opportunity, but it seems you are making a submission. I appreciate what you're doing, and that is how round people grow up. Round meaning you are in school, you are doing some farming, you are making your own money. That is very encouraging, is the way to go. Those who are waiting to be given everything may die without getting anything, especially with this kind of government.
Actually,
All the same, let's
actually,
do this order.
I'm not,
Thank you. Order. Please ngoja utafikiwa, alafu utaendelea na submission yako.
thank you,
Tusihujumu
sir.
wengine
Thank you, sir.
kupatia
Thank
wewe
you, sir, for
nafasi.
the time. Thank you, sir, for the time.
Asante. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate all of you. Please, let's keep inviting each other. Tujumuike hapa pamoja, tukajadili kwa kina masuala yetu. Siasa zetu iko hivyo. Mkulima mmoja anasema siku 3 tu. Amewapatia siku 3. Kama hapati mnunuzi wa mahindi yake, atayachoma na atengeneze video atutumie. Kenya Kwanza inasema inanunua ya nje kwanza ndio ikuje kununua ya ndani. Hii ni serikali ya aina gani? Naomba tuambiane ukweli. Is this the confirmation of now I hate to remind you, but I have to say this, okay? The famous phrase, hakuna wale watu wako na shida na Wakikuyu kama Wakalenjin. Lakini inafika wakati unatofautisha mambo. Unatafuta serikali kwanza ndio utumie hiyo serikali kutatua haya matatizo. Is this part of the scheme, using the government to do something other than governing the nation? It's something that we need to look at it keenly, because the pattern is systematic from day one. Use the government to swear in the judges. Use the government to remove subsidy. Use the government to cancel kazi mtaani. Use the government to cancel subsidy for education. Hii ndio sababu ya serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Tuambiane ukweli. Sister Roda, karibu.
My aunt second the sentiments kindly.
Dada Roda, are you still there?
Unmute her.
Yeah, first of all nasikia tu nataka Dume aongee first. Charles Dume aongee afu niongee. I have to think. Sitaki kuongea kitu ina point. Nikoje Charles Dume alafu niongee. I have to think. Asante.
Sasa, thank you Roda. Twende kwa chaka mbio hivyo ili tuokoe muda.
Asante sana brother Bernard, lakini pia asante sana Roda kwa kuweza kunipa nafasi yako. Kwa kweli ilikuwa ni wewe uweze kuchangia pale, na pia nilikuwa na hamu nikusikize kwanza, lakini kwa sababu ya heshima ukaona hapana, wacha kidogo animpe huu nafasi. Kwa hiyo nikukushukuru tu zaidi. Vile vile pia nami nataka nifikirie ndivyo nizungumze, lakini pia siachi mawili matatu ya kuanza nayo. La kwanza, mkulima kama ataweza kufanya hayo Ni sawa, lakini si sawa, kwa sababu ni chakula yake. Kwa kweli itakuwa ni fundisho kwa hawa, but to me ambaye najua uchungu ya kulima, wacha kama hawajanunua wasinunue, wafanye yale ambayo wanayataka. Ila pia kwa upande mwingine naweza nikasema haiwezekani kuweza kununua mahindi nje wakati ikiwa mahindi yako nchini. Si jambo zuri, halileti picha nzuri, na ukiukweli kama ni mahindi kutoka nje, basi ni hayo mahindi ambayo tulikuwa tunayakatalia kwamba yana wasiwasi, watu wana wasiwasi nayo kutokana na hali ya mfumo mzima ya ukulimaji wa hayo mahindi. Kwa hiyo wako tayari kufanya biashara, let them do what vile wanafikiria ni sawa, kwa sababu kwao kila kitu ni sawa. Na Bernard, leo nilikuwa kabisa nataka niregee mwanzo kabisa, kiupande wangu mahali nilianza kuhisi wasiwasi na hii serikali kabla hata haijaingia katika mamlaka. Na kama pia utapata nafasi ya kuweza kucheza ile wakati wakiwa wana launch BBI, yale matamshi alizungumza rais wakati ule, hapo nilipokuwa nasimamia jinsi alivyokanuka na jinsi alivyopanga hii serikali ni sawia na sasa hivi na mambo ambayo tunashuhudia kwa sasa hivi. Kwa hiyo Wakenya wenzangu, uganga ama tiba ni kushikana pamoja. Tukubaliane kwa hilo, tushikane pamoja, ndivyo tumalize ukabila mapema, na tuhakikishe hii nchi tumeachia katika viongozi ambao hakika watatujali, watakuwa na imani na sisi, na pia kuweza kutuweka kipao mbele kuliko mambo mengine, kwa sababu sasa tumewapa nguvu, ndio maana wanafanya watakavyo, na watatuambia katiba ni lazima tuipeleke hivi, hata kama sivyo, because hatuna usemi, ili hali katiba inampa nguvu mwananchi. So nashangaa kama Bernard, haya maandamano yanaanza kupingwa, sijui kuna nini, maandamano sijui nini. Haya si maandamano, hapa ni mwananchi anapewa nafasi ya kuweza kuchagua mbegu na magugu. Kwa hivyo wasiwasi wa wenye kupinga ni vile ambavyo katika muda mchache tu kumekuwa na hali ya wasiwasi kwa mambo mengi yenye yamejitokeza tu, ambayo mwananchi haswa ambaye anaipenda nchi yake hajafurahikia hata kwa jambo moja. Kwani kurudi katika swala la hiyo percentage, mimi nawapa tu 0.1% kwa sababu ni wanadamu na ni Wakenya wenzangu, lakini hakuna chochote ambacho naweza nikawaongezea pale. Kwa hiyo ukweli wa mambo ni lazima tuzungumze, Bernard. Haya yote tunazungumzia kwamba kuhusiana na maandamano, kuhusiana na mambo na ni kwa sababu ya matumizi mabaya ya mamlaka, kwa sababu koti ilisema hawa watu hawana makosa, na sikusikia popote walipotaja katika ule uamuzi uliotajwa wakati ule kwamba akina Cherera pamoja na wenzake basi wako na makosa ama wako na kitu cha kujibu, na hawakutengwa bali wote walijumuishwa, kwamba walionekana wakisaidiana hadi masaa ya jioni, ndipo sasa mgawanyiko katokea pale. Ukiangalia sababu ambazo zinatolewa na Azimio na upande ambao wanapinga serikali ni zina mashiko, ukilinganisha na zile ambazo tunapewa na upande wa serikali kuwahusu, kwa sababu tume ni kufanya kazi kwa kushirikiana pamoja. Ingawaje ni lazima kuwe kuna chairperson ambaye atazungumzia kile ambacho tume wamekizungumza na kukiafiki kwa kauli moja kwamba sasa haya ndio tunakubaliana nayo. So ule wakati ule haukufika, ni mambo yalikuwa yanapigwa chini ya meza, watu wanasubiria mambo kwa kaunti zingine bado hazijaingia. Haya, sasa ni kule kwamba unasukuma mahali ambapo sipo kwa lazima. Sasa roho zingine haziwezi, ndipo saa wakajitoa kando, wakaweza kusema jamani, hapo mahali hapa, hata kama ni kweli tangia juzi jana tunashirikiana, lakini imezidi mno, hili linalokuja hatukubaliani nalo, na hili ndio lilokuwa kosa la serikali. Kwa hivyo kwa wasomi ambao ni wanasiasa wasomi, ili kuweza kuadhibu hawa, ndio wamekuja na huu mfumo. Wacha tuchukue watu fulani fulani waandike petition, of which petition ikipelekwa, hiyo itapelekwa katika mbele ya hiyo tume watakagua, itaregeshwa bungeni, na bungeni tuko wengi, tutaipitisha hawa watu waende, kwa sababu wenzi wao ambao tunawategemea, wale ambao tunawategemea pia nao muda wao kuhudumu katika hizo ofisi zimeisha. Kama watabaki hawa, na kuna chaguzi ambazo zinakuja ambazo wengi wa ma-SS ni walikuwa wabunge, wengine walikuwa ma-senators. Chaguzi ziko mbele tu, na muda ambao rasmi unakamilika huu mwezi wa kwanza unaoingia. So in case zile chaguzi ndogo zitakapoingia, kama kinachelewa watakuwa wako pale pale, je, tutaweza kurecover zile ambazo ni citizen na mfumo wetu tunawakuingia kwa mamlaka tunaujua? So the only healing solution ni kuhakikisha hii tume imeenda, wale wakienda nao wameenda, ili tutengeze tume mpya pale. Kwa kufikia yale ndio huu msuru wote unaokwenda mpaka. Kwa hiyo ni sisi wananchi tuamue kama hawa ni wabaya kweli, kwa Kenya wataamua. Kama hawana makosa, wa Kenya waamue. Mbona tusipewe mamlaka yetu na wakati katiba inaturuhusu? Mbona yakileta kwa wananchi inakuwa sasa ni mambo tunahujumu serikali, tunataka watu wende wakafe kule? Je, sauti zetu zitasikika vipi ili viongozi wapate kubadilika na kutuongoza katika hali ya usawa, si hali ya kuwafaidi wenye navyo na wasio navyo wabaki kulalamika? Ni mimi na wewe Mkenya mwenzangu, tuzenduke, tushikane, wachana na masuala na ukabila, tuhakikishe kweli views zetu na sauti zetu ndio tutailinda vizuri hii katiba. Feli tuichi baada ya serikali hizi mbele tukutakuja kuwa na majanga kabisa, endapo sasa kutakuwa kunatolewa vipengee fulani tena vya muhimu vinavyokulinda wewe mwananchi ndani ya katiba, kwa sababu tumeruhusu hawa wanasiasa waitawale katiba. Wenye kuumia wakati huo ni mimi na wewe mwenzangu ambao umechagua Kenya Kwanza. Ndipo sasa mimi nawalile ndugu zangu wa Kenya Kwanza, turudini hapa, kwa sababu tayari dalili ya mvua ni mawingu na tunaiona. Haya tunayoyashuhudia hayamuumizi mtoto wa Azimio, yakamfeva mtoto wa Kenya Kwanza. Akilala njaa mtoto wa Azimio sawia, na ni hivyo tu, ngoma draw. So tusipotezwe hapa na ushabiki, lakini wote let's focus na hivi vitimbi vinavyoendelea katika hawa viongozi, maana kila mtu anavuta mwamba wa kwake, na kuna mwamba wa propaganda na utamu wa maneno, uchache wa matendo, na kuna mwamba ambao ndio tunaona kwamba maneno yao ni kidogo kidogo, ni mazito yenye kujengana, na ndiposa hadi Kenya kufikia hapa ni baadhi ya wao ambao walijisacrifice sisi tufikie hapa. Leo hii nikisikia mtu anasema atufanyage ufala, huu ni akina nani hawa ambao mfala? Fadhili Bernard nimesikia kumia baadhi ya maspeech ambayo ni ya kukwaza, na kama mwananchi mnyonge nitaspaza sauti yangu juu, ili mradi sigonganishi nchi, bali na imani kwamba pamoja na haya maneno tunazungumza ni ya kujenga nchi. Sasa tukutane Kamukunji, basi ni maandamano, kuna sababu ya kuandamana, si maandamano, lakini tupate nafasi ya kuweza kuzungumza kile ambacho tunaona ni haki katika nchi yetu. Maana lengo ni kuhakikisha Kenya inakuwa kila kabila anajisikia kwamba yuko nyumbani. So Bernard nitafungia hapo, kwa sababu ndani mmejaa mtu mwingine tofauti, lakini kwa sababu uwezo sina na unyonge wangu, na hii Kenya inaongoza na wenye navyo, this time around ni sisi wote tushikane, haswa wa Kenya, kasi tuiongoze nchi, tuielekeze mahali sahihi. Feli atuichi tukibaki na mirengo Yani tunakandamizwa, lakini kwa sababu ni mtu wetu hautaki kubanduka pale, unachotucheleweshea kuitengeneza hii Kenya, na utakuwa ni adui mkubwa wa maendeleo katika hii Kenya. Whoever support government, especially sisi wananchi hawa tungewamilika politicians wakafanya yale ambayo tuliwaagiza, pana wenye watuahidi hawajafanya yale yenye tuliwaagiza, watupe nafasi tuchague serikali zingine. Wakenya wapo hapa wenye tajriba ya kuweza kuongoza ile taifa, hakika likafika mahali ambapo ni pazuri kuliko haya tunayoshuhudia hapa, kwa sababu masuala ya judiciary yalizungumzwa wakati wa kulaunch BBI, masuala ya parliament yalizungumzwa wakati ule wa BBI, masuala ya security yalizungumzwa wakati ule. Kwa hivyo ilikuwa ni tarumbeta kabisa kwamba hii endapo nitaingia kwenye mamlaka tutongishana kwa hapa, na ndio mambo ambayo tunayashuhudia kwa sasa hivi. So si mambo ya kwamba hapa tukikaa tuna ushabiki tena. Mimi nalilia nchi yangu isije ikaingizwa hapo. Nalilia vizazi ambavyo visije kukalishwa sumu na mahindi na sumu na vyakula vya sumu kwa sababu ya watu fulani wafaidi katika biashara. So mtu mwingine kama halioni hili anasema labda tu kwa Azimio. Hatupo hapo tena. Siko kwa Azimio, niko kwa Ukenya sasa hivi kuhakikisha kwamba wote kama kabila moja tumesimama na kuimilika hii serikali. Asante, nifungie hapo Bernard. Nisivuke mahali pengine naweza nikapandisha munkari zaidi.
Okay, asante Bwana Chaga kwa mchango wako. Tunashukuru kwa utangulizi na uchandanuzi mzuri. Cha muhimu ni kila Mkenya aelewe. Okay? Sisi hatuogopi maandamano. Hakuna katiba tunavunja tukienda kwa mkutano Kamukunji. Tuko katika ndani ya katiba na katiba inaturuhusu kufanya hivyo. Wale watu wanaogopa maandamano, shauri yao, kwa sababu ukiogopa maandamano na katiba inaruhusu. Sasa wewe unataka kutetea katiba ipi? Wewe uliapa ya kwamba utatetea katiba, utalinda katiba, na kati ya hiyo katiba ndio inasema maandamano yawe, mikutano iwe. So usiogope maandamano yapo. Maandamano huenda tu mrama wakati serikali inaanza kuinterfere na haki ya wananchi. Lakini serikali ikisimama vizuri kama enzi ya Kibaki, they facilitate the procession. Everything goes very fine. And agitation is justified because we are seeking justice for 4 people who want to be vilified on matters that are unclear. And so whatever agenda that Kenya Kwanza has in getting rid of the 4 commissioners who still have got a longest security of tenure. They have only served for 1 year, so they have 5 more years to serve. And then there are these ones who are in their wee hours of departure, the 3 that are leaving compulsorily by January. So what is their fear with the progression of these 4 to serve for 5 years as the Katiba requires? Why should they be removed through unnecessary means? Unconstitutional means. Those are the questions we are asking, and we are ready to push it to the last day. So karibu sana. If Rhoda, you are ready to speak, you speak now. Or we bring Honorable Evans. Honorable Evans, stima haijafika kwenu?
Yeah, how are you, everybody? I hope you have a very good time. Today is Monday.
We are great.
And we always say that today is the day the Lord has made. We will be rejoiced, even if the situation we are going through in our country and whole world, because whole world, many countries are struggling with many things. Many people are looking for the answer, but God is the answer for our country. He knows our hearts. We are looking something we want. God knows in our heart what we want. What we You know, God always know everything what we are going through because He's the one who created us. Because the Bible says God know before we are born, before we come to our mother's womb. So He know a time like this, what is our country will be, what is, you know. And I have said many times, God always wishing us for the best. He doesn't like us Kenyan people, we suffer. He doesn't want for our politicians who have been fighting for our country, who have been working before. He wants everybody to live in happy, because when we see our politicians, they are happy, we get happy, you know. For example, when you see like people like Baba Morodinga, he's happy, I get happy. But when he's sad, we cannot get happy, because as a man have been politician many years. He have been politician when he was in the member of parliament in Kibera. I know him those days when he was saying that I'm going to sell madas in Kibera. I used to laugh when I watched TV those days. So the people, they need to be respect. Everybody who work in the politician. I think this is a time. This is not the time to say you do bad, you have done things, you're better than me. You know, this is time. All the politician leader, they have been working there. They sit in the one table. You know, like Molo Odinga, Luto, everybody. They stay one table. Everybody, you know, and they. I'm not saying. I'm saying to talk. What can we solve the problem in Kenya? You know, what can we make our Kenya more better? What can they have to stay at the table and discuss what do you want Kenya, they want we can do for Kenya. For example, like the way they sell maize, they want to wanataka kuchukua maize kutoka nchi zingine. That is not good, because nchi yetu tuko na, can you imagine we have our own, do you know in this western country they eat yellow maize. They don't have the same maize we have, you know. And it's not good, like we are going to get another country food, and we have our organic food, like this food GMO, you know. And the Baba Morodinga said, no, we'll not accept GMO. And it's not funny, you know, because we have a farmer, they have a maize. So why do we go and we buy maize to Marekani ama wapi? Marekani hawana maize, where can they give for us? Papadanki maize. Huku wanakuwaga na, we eat yellow maize. So why do I lie? Here we don't have a maize, white maize. I miss a lot. I miss Githeri, by the way, those white maize. So you know, people like Raila Omolo, I have said yesterday is a man. You know, we need to respect one another. We need to respect our politicians who have been working before, and to be value them as the way we want ourselves to be, but not to think about ourselves. I want to take the power, I want to be here, you know. And I know Kenya people, they'll be happy if, like, for example, Raila Odinga, he continue working like the way he was working, to present African Union. I would be very happy when he continued the work he was working. He lived good life, he dressed nice clothes. You know, that's my joy for, but we don't want proposition. It's not the constitution to have a constitution to be. It's not a constitution to have an opposition. Odinga Odinga, he is not born only to be opposition. He's a man to be everybody, because he has been prayed for the part for our country. You know, let me tell you, you know, these people from Western country, they come. I think we need to love ourselves. You know, if we don't love ourselves, nobody can love us. These people from Western, they always come to destroy our country and themselves. Their unity. For example, I remember like when Barack Obama, he retired, he get a good pensioner. The government, they built for him the nice house close to the White House, you know, and he continued with the business to bring community together, Black community together. He helped young people. They still value him. If he want to go to the trip, I remember he came here in this country some year to represent Spotify company. He came with Michelle Obama, and it's a government, they pay for him ticket. You know, why in Africa we don't love ourselves? Why we don't love that's, you know, I sometimes when I think about it, my heart is crying. Why we don't treat other people very well? So these people from Western, if they come to this, they need to be shameful. Actually, me, I could like to have a meeting with the client of America. I could like to meet Biden for it. Why do I do this? Well, even him, when he was a vice president, they were together with Barack Obama, and then when he retired, he was living good house in a place called I don't know, it's a Louisiana, something like that. You know me, I don't know many states in America because I don't know, you know. And then he came the president, and when he came to the president, even before he came to the president, he was looking, he was a businessman. Even his children, they're living good life. The same, even Barack, even the George Bush, he lived the same, and there's still the contact. George Bush, he's still sober. People like it's called a Clinton. He was talking in the meeting of United Nations. Why in Africa we don't love ourselves? Why? Those are the question I was asking God. Why in Africa we don't love ourselves? We don't respect those people working before. Instead of we value them. You know, like the country I'm living, the Prime Minister who died in 1968, they are still doing research. Who killed him? And he was killed in the street. Because they remember him, what he did, the things he did to bring development, to bring new law like handicap, they need to be support from the government. They still remember him. And to say like in America and Kenya, there is no different. We live in the same planet. Why can we love our country? Why? Those things are I was asking God today, why God you have leave us? Why we have never have the president who can bring us together, who bring our politician leader together to work together? Because if Ruto, when he come for the press, he could give the Baba job to continue his business like a African Union, you know, and he forget all the past, what they done for the campaign, because nobody was better in campaign. Everybody was bad. We cannot say Baba was bad. You know, they were calling him Kitedawiri, Muganga. You know, they always call him Muganga. I remember 2017 in Uhuru Kenyatta, they were calling him Nasa. I remember I was very angry with those days with Raila Odinga when they were calling him Raila. They were calling Uhuru mtoto wa mchawi, amekuliwa na jiggers, ni mtoto wa chokola. Walikuwa namtukanana na babu wawino.
Okay, Rhoda.
Now, Uhuru Kenyatta, when he take the power, he didn't punish anybody. So why can we have that spirit to forgive, and we love ourselves, we love our? I think I want to talk something from my heart. I think God is looking us to come together, and we love one another, and we shine. We saw the Western. We are shining. We are shining. We are not stupid. Kenya, we are very smart. We have a PhD. We are not stupid like the way they think. You know, these people from Western, they are the one who is stupid. They send their military, they used to be killed. You know, us, we are very smart. We can make our country more great than everybody feel at home. You feel, wow, this is my country. You feel proud. You know, we are all Kenyans, no matter the language we speak. We are all. It's God created us, and God created us with different talent. You know, like the way I'm speaking is a talent I have, and I have to speak the truth. You know, and that's why I can bring. I'm very honest. You know, I don't try to pretend. I'm real and I'm honest. I speak from my heart. Yeah, because I think even as we can be happy. You know, me, I'm always. When Baba lived good life, I'll be happy. When the former president living good life, the same how he was living when he was a president, I'll be very happy. But when I see his suffering, I don't get peace. Absolutely not. I'm not those people that don't care. Me, I care. I care about people so much.
Let's do this. Excuse me, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rhoda, for your submission. But you're taking us around the whole world. Mpaka watu wa comments wana complain. Naomba hivi tafadhali tuzungumze kwa mada ili wale watu wanasoma hiyo mada wakiclick wanakiona video inazungumzia ile topic. Tusikue na topic hii alafu mazungumzo ni topic ile, kama vile some bloggers wanafanya. They give you an alarming topic, then when you click on it, the topic doesn't tally with the conversation that's going on. But we are glad that we have opportunity to express ourselves as Kenyans, and even this freedom to talk has come at a price. So wale ambao mnaona maandamano hayajaleta chochote Kenya, samahani, kwa sababu mkuwa hapa wakati ulikuwa tunazungumza. Ukiangalia hata debate shule tu, debate ya watoto wa shule haingeweza kuguza rais bila walimu kujitahidi kulinda na kucontrol everything. We are free because somebody was willing to pay the price for us to be free. And now that there is a threat to that freedom, it is about time we also now did our role in securing that freedom for our children and for our children's children. So let's not look at this as a joke. The calls for Kamukunjis and the talk with the Wananchi is not a joke. It's a serious matter that we need to lay to heart. Don't turn this into your political games. This is not a political game. This is a determined administration that wants to withdraw the freedoms that we have in this country and rule and govern this country with high-handedness, where the constitution can be suspended, the judges watakuwa wanasomewa, wanabunge wanasomewa, wananchi wanatishwa. We cannot get back there. And so they have started with these 4. After they are through with the 4, it will be the 50 million of us. We cannot allow that. So tuache mchezo, tuhakikishe kwamba tunafanya ile tunapaswa kufanya, kuhakikisha kwamba Kenya Kwanza haiturudishi nyuma. Kama hawezi kwenda mbele, watimuliwe ili tupate uongozi ambao unatupeleka wapi? Mbele. Huko ndio tunakwenda peke yake, hakuna kurudi nyuma. And then the frustrated farmer vows to set his maize on fire if he gets no sale in 3 days. He is just one in multitude of frustrated farmers. I remember the Minister of Trade gave them 72 hours to get rid of their maize. Oh God, whatever happened to this country with this crop of leaders? It's nasty, it's bad. You know, the Bible says in Ecclesiastes, I think 16, say, woe unto you, O land, if you are king or your ruler be a child, and that he eats in the morning. The kind of leaders we have now, they are children, and they eat in the morning. What that means is they eat at the wrong time. Their reasoning is wanting. Their running of the affairs of this country is questionable. And so vigilance, eternal vigilance, Mr. Guru said that, is the only surest way to preserve our liberty. Don't relent, don't relax. We must suspect Kenya Kwanza at every step and every move they are making, because the first 100 days has shown us dust. No subsidy for petrol, they went away with it. No subsidy for food, they went away with it. No kazi mtaani, they went away with it. Now they say they are bringing GMO by force. They must not go away with it. Hii ni serikali yatoa kila kitu ama toa kitu kidogo? Chaka Mdume, unasemaje?
Brother, utaniruhusu dakika nusu dakika hivi, kuna kitu niongezee. Kwa kweli Bernard, kwa kile tunakishuhudia na kukiona, kwa Mkenya ambaye anapenda nchi yake kwa dhati zaidi, ni kwamba tunalolishuhudia ni kitu ambacho kimepangwa. Huwa wamepanga. Wao ukiona mahindi haya hayarudi kwa sababu wanataka waagize mahindi kutoka nje. Already ilikuwa biashara ishafanywa. Ni kumaanisha biashara ilikuwa ishafanywa, kwa hivyo haiwezi pingika juu kila kitu kwa sana. Kwa hiyo kuangalia mkulima hapa itakuwa ngumu, tayari watu washapiga dili yao. Kwa hivyo hata hili tunaliona la makamishna ni jambo lilikuwa lishapangwa. Watu wamekaa ni jinsi gani ambao wanaangalia hizi by elections, na sisi bado pia wanamulika zaidi na 2027. Kwa hivyo watengeneze mikakati yao, kisha tume kiingia pale pia itakuwa na usemi juu. Hii ndio serikali ambayo tunaishuhudia. Kutokana na jinsi walivyoanza, kwa upande wa mahakama hakuna haki. Kivyovyote hawa makamishna wako na nafasi kikatiba kuenda popote kudai haki yao. hata uamuzi wa rais utakapotoka, still bado wako na nafasi ya kwenda kwa mahakama. Lakini ni mahakama gani? Je, Mkenya na imani na hizi mahakama tena, kutokana na yale tuliyoshuhudia katika hii regime? Ni wakati wa kusoronesha, ni wakati wa kutamausha, ni wakati wa kuvunja moyo kwa wale wazalendo wa hii Kenya wanaojua thamani yake, haswa kwamba hatuna mahali kwingine kwa kuenda isipokuwa hapa. Hapa ndo tumelelewa, hapa ndo tumezaliwa, hapa ndo tunapozaa watoto wetu na vitukuu vyetu vimetokea hapa hapa Kenya. So kwa kile tunakishuhudia, jamani, ni kitu kimepangwa. It seems ni kitu kimepangwa, kwa sababu mchezo wote utakwenda parliament, watapitisha, mwisho wa siku watakwenda tu. Lakini mbona tuwatoe wakati hawana makosa ambayo ni ya zaidi? Mimi sioni makosa haya ya hawa, sioni kabisa. Si kwamba napelelazimiwa, lakini sioni makosa ya hawa kuondoka. So chochote tunachokishuhudia, Wakenya tuweni macho. Tunapozungumza hapa, mambo huwa yashapangwa tayari katika meza kuu. Kwa hiyo kivyovyote piga ua, lakini yatapita na pale pale palipopangwa. Ndiposa tunapiga hizi kelele, jamani. So ni mimi na mwenzangu na mwingine tushirikiane, tuseme hii serikali hapana. Either waache, wabadilishe mfumo, mama waende. Kwa sababu unapomwajiri mtu kazi, anaposhindwa na kazi na afanye majukumu yake, hana haja kumweka. Wakati tunaumia sasa hivi, na si kwamba hawachukui ushuru, wanachukua mwingi. Tunaona ukipoteza katika matrip yao. Na pia siamini mimi kama Jakamdune haswa kwamba hizi trip zinazoenda zinaleta manufaa. Still bado naona ni masuala tunakupanga biashara zao. So it's a wastage of money. Watu wanabeba mafamilia, wanaenda huko, wanaenjoy huko, ni vitu vya ajabu. Hatujawaingiza viongozi bado tutegemea kwamba wapio kuwa na vifua waonyeshe ni watu wa kujibu na kujibizana na kubalaumu wengi. Kwa hiyo Bernard, mimi ni hapo nishungie tu hapa padogo kwamba chochote tunachokishuhudia, let's be ready kwamba ni kitu kimepangwa, na kama jambo lishapangwa lazima litapitia katika hali hiyo. Asante Bernard.
I think you Chaka, we appreciate that, na kusisitiza tu Kenya Kwanza ni kama walisema freedom is here but what they meant by freedom was freedom to do evil, freedom to exonerate those that should be in jail and jail those that should not be. Kuna huyu Charles Aguaru anasema, Bernard, your reasoning is wanting. Ruto was not voted for 100 days. It's 5 years. Charles Aguaru, ndoa tunafunganisha kanisa, tunaapa mpaka siku kifo cha tutenganisha, lakini kama ngoma imezidi unasema hapana, nirudishie moyo wangu mimi niende. So itakuwa kura kama ndoa ile tunaapa mbele ya Mungu inaisha kabla watu wafe, wewe unatuambia nini? William Ruto na serikali yake ni kama kiatu. Tumeenda kwa bata tukanunua, kufika nyumbani kuweka kwa mguu kiatu ni kidogo. Okay? Hawezi vumilia hata miaka 5 ndio urudishe. Unarudisha hiyo mbio mbio ukapate size yako. So kama Kenya Kwanza hawataongoza inji ipasavyo, wanatimuliwa. We don't have a contract for 5 years. And even if we have power to revoke that contract. And so we are not just here to say things. We are here to see to it that if Kenya Kwanza does not style up, they are on their way out. Na washaona signals. Wakulima wakianza kuchoma mahindi namna hii is a serious signal. If they ignore it, they will suffer the consequences thereof. So endeleeni kujidanganya hapa ati ni 5 years. Which 5 years? President anaweza tolewa kwa ofisi through 1, impeachment, through 2, when he is incapacitated, okay? 3, when he resigns. So there are options. There is nothing that says that it has to be 5 years. Sawa. So every Kenyan no office is permanent. including the president's office. He should style up and help Kenyans, not make the life of Kenyans miserable. Hiyo advice anapokea, sijui anapokea kutoka kwa Museveni ama wapi, ya kufanya Wakenya wakuwe maskini ndio wamwabudu. Hiyo ilifanya kazi time ya Moi. Hii ni tofauti. This is a different day altogether. You will not walk over Kenyans. It is not possible. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Guru, unasemaje?
Unajua Bernard, kuna hii jambo ya kufanya mkutano wa raia ama maandamano kuwa ni kama kuita watu wakafanye fujo, ilhali hili ni jambo ambalo liko kwa katiba yetu. Inafaa kwa hii forum tuambie wale wanasikiza kwamba waende waangalie katiba ya Kenya, kwa sababu ile matamshi ilitolewa na rais ilionyesha kwamba mtu yote anaitisha mkutano ama maandamano anaita watu kuenda kuharibu mali ama maisha. Na unaona hata wale wengine wanaongea hapa kama huyu unaitwa Agwaru wamechukua tu hiyo mwelekeo, lakini si hivyo. Katiba ndio inapea wananchi nafasi ya kujieleza, na isiwe kwamba watu wanawekwa uoga kwamba so that they don't enjoy that part of the constitution that we gave to ourselves through the 2010 constitution. It is just part of the constitution that gives public the power to express themselves on an issue, but it is in no way a call for violence. Mass action is one of the tools that have been given by the constitution to the public. Kwa sababu Bernard, zote hatuwezi kuenda parliament, hatuwezi kuenda kwa county assemblies, lakini kuna ile maneno tunaona kama raia tunafinyika, ilhali labda viongozi hawatii maanani, ndio hiyo ikawekwa pale ili raia wenyewe, kwa sababu the power comes from the people, they are able to go and express themselves strongly. And it is put there purposely because leadership sometimes can become very insensitive. Kama sasa tunaambiwa lazima tukakura GMO, na ilhali watu wana mafikira ya watu wengi ni kwamba GMO si chakula kizuri. Sasa ungetaka raia wafanye nini isipokuwa kutumia ile nafasi walipatiwa na katiba kuambia serikali vile wanafikiria? Kwa hivyo ni jambo la muhimu watu kuelewa kwamba maandamano, mikutano ya siasa ni jambo ambalo liko kwa katiba. Hakuna mtu anafunja sheria hapa. Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Guru, for clearing that. It's important that everybody understands the gathering of people is constitutional, demonstration is constitutional. It is called civil disobedience, and it's all well captured in the constitution. Civil disobedience, whereby we are not satisfied with the way we are being governed. We want everything to be put in order, and so we engage ourselves into civil disobedience until the government listen to us and do the right thing. Failure to which we get rid of them. Mato Makandeti anauliza kama mtu alikuwa rais wa Kenya lazima tulipie fare ya kwenda Uganda if we impeach him, ama anaweza kujilipia. Makandeti, mtu akiachiliwa kamiti anapewaga fare kwenda kwao? Mtu achilipie fare aende kula na kwenda, la sivyo tutamfungia tena miaka ingine 5. All the same, thank you. Bottom down, hebu toa mchango wako tusonge mbele.
Thank you so much. I like the conversation. Actually, Je, umesema ukweli sana, and I always second the sentiments which have been raised by the senior colleagues. You people like my fathers. I'm learning, and what I'm learning nasaidia watu wengine, at least niwaambie vijana kama age yangu tunafaa kufanya hivi na hivi. Naona? So I really like the topic and the way you people are arguing. And maybe let me give you people time to proceed. I'm just learning to also assist other people. Thank you.
Okay, Asante, thank you so much, and you're welcome to learn everything you can learn. That's the whole purpose of our conversation, and we encourage everybody to tune in and be part and parcel of this conversation. We have been here. Should be our 13th month or so, and we plan to be here until Kenya gets itself in order. We're here for our children and for our children's children. We must get this country in one place where we are sure that tukiondoka watoto wetu watakuwa salama, wajukuu wetu watakuwa salama, vituku vyetu vitakuwa salama. Lakini tukiacha hali Kenya iko jinsi ilivyo na iendelee miaka miwili mitatu, itafika mahali ambapo kuirekebisha itahitaji tena another 50 years. Na sioni kama tuko na hiyo 50 years ya kungoja. So it is important that we address the matter now. There is
before you second to another fellow, mesema ukweli sana. That's why me as a young man, I have to be here. Maybe, you know, these days of living, we never know destiny ya mtu inalai wapi, mtu atakufa lini. But according to the age, at least hata mimi naweza baki na ile kitu, naweza achia hata mtoto wangu asaidie mjukuu ama mjukuu wako. Thank you so much. Proceed kindly.
Asante bottom down. Thank you so much. And please keep your mic mute. If you want to interject or say something, you lift your hand. That's the way we operate here. Thank you. Ningependa address something here. West Corner. If I pronounce that, did you see the clip of Jerengei attacking Pastor Emmanuel? No, send me the clip. Which Pastor Emmanuel? There's a Pastor Emmanuel who has been attacked. But I always want to avoid church politics. Although there is a show we do here every Wednesday on Escape the Error of Error, which is it's become a very, very serious discourse out there. But this is what I would say. It is good to respect everybody's space. The truth is there are some excesses that the church is doing, which are, in my opinion, I'm a Bible teacher, are unscriptural and unwarranted. But they have been led to take place for a long time, and so they are taken as truth. And so many people follow it simply because everybody's following it. But when you look at it closely with the spectacle of God's word, they don't meet the scriptural threshold. For example, now umeona wahubiri sasa tumeanza kujionyesha ubabe, okay? Tumeanza kuona nani anaweza kujaza kasarani. Okay, next week utaona mhubiri mwingine amekuja kujipima kama anaweza kujaza kasarani. Alafu mwingine afanye hivyo. So tunafanya tu kama wanasiasa, na hiyo ni makosa kulingana na mimi. Okay? Kulingana na mimi, kanisa lina exist kwa kazi moja tu, kufikia ulimwengu kwa sababu ya Kristo. Sio kuonyeshana ubabe, kuonyeshana nani ako na nguvu, nani na nini. Hiyo yote, it is useless. It's uncalled for. It doesn't help the advancement of the kingdom of God. Am I against crusades? No, I do crusades. I just here I come to do politics. When you find me niyo maeneo mengine, hata wezi jua kama nafanyanga politics. Najua kazi yangu vizuri sana. Ukweli ni kwamba hakuna uokovu wa kweli wakati Yesu hajainuliwa na watu wakakuja kumpigia magoti Yesu. Hii kupigia magoti maaskofu, kupigia magoti wazee wa kanisa, kupigia magoti hao watu wengine wote is waste of time. It is not helping anybody, it's not saving anybody. Na hiyo ndio kazi yangu, kurekebisha kanisa. So Hiyo kikukera, pole, lakini ukweli ni kwamba kuna makosa ambayo lazima yarekebishwe. And so huu ubabe ambao tunaona unaanza kujionyesha kanisani is part and parcel of the end time deception that wants to deviate people from Christ and turn them to the preacher. Na mhubiri wako akizungumzia unaambia you should not touch not my anointed. According to the Bible, we are all anointed. You cannot be a Christian and not be anointed. So touch not my anointed is also me and others who believe in Jesus Christ like me. Naomba tungojane Wednesday asubuhi saa 3 mpaka saa 8 tuko na huo mjadala wa escape the era of error. So hapo ndio tutazungumza kwa kina masuala hayo, lakini kwa sasa hivi let's not mix our politics and our church politics and our national politics kwa sasa hivi, naomba tafadhali. But the exchanges are there and they have a reason. Na shida moja kubwa ambayo tuko nayo sasa hivi ni vile kanisa baadhi ya kanisa tuseme some church leaders have been bought by the current government to perpetuate the purpose of the current government and remain their defense system. Now that even makes the whole matter very complicated, kwa sababu ukikosoa huyu atakupeleka kwa Rachel atakupeleka kwa Ruto, mambo yatakuwa mbaya. But all in all, we are all going to navigate through this very, very successfully. We are coming out of this stronger, and I believe this is part and parcel of what is going to purge the church and separate the true church from the false church. Nasema Ruto is worried. He must be worried. Kama anafanyanga maombi leo atakesha. If to Wednesday aende kesha vizuri, aite hao maskofu wake wamwekele miguu na mikono. Ukweli ni kwamba punda amechoka, na Wakenya wakichoka na wewe watakuonyesha. All right, so let's yes, Mr. Guru.
Yes, Bernard, I think it is important also to look at that pastor's feet in a different light. You know, this is a man who has been making some predictions, and the Kenyans have been listening. And when a regime is in the state like the one we have of uncertainty, when they see somebody pull such crowds and the message that is been delivering, it seems to not to align with their way of thinking, then you can imagine perhaps they have started seeing like that is the kind of crowds that could easily turn up at Kamukunji. Thank you.
You know, the problem we have is our bloggers. Okay? Our bloggers, hao ndio wameleta hizo picha. Wakaanza kukompea mikutano. Na wewe unakumbuka mkutano ule ulikuwa Nyayo Stadium na ule ulikuwa Kasarani. Ulikuwa unaongozwa na nani? So hii kidonda ni kikubwa. The web is so wide. If we drag it in here tutamaliza. But on the other hand, the Pastor Ezekiel, okay, he's not far away from the current government. Kutokana na ile information niko nayo, he's not very far from the current government. It's only that he has come to try and play neutral, but to whom duru za kuaminika ambazo nimepewa, it is closer than you think. So let's just leave it there. Cha muhimu
duru za kuaminika.
Wewe bottom down nitakutuma quarantine saa hii. Huko ndio unakaa kwanza, mambo yako yashughulikiwe. Subiri hapo hapo tutakurejesha baadaye. Moses Masera. Habari leo?
Niko poa bwana. Labda nini? Today I've been off. Offline, I did not start with you. But I will say one word to those pretenders, so-called church leaders. They give bad image more so to people who believes in them. And they have turned to be puppets whereby politicians are using them, also in Africa.
Bwana Masera, kuna shida. Bwana Masera, there is a problem. You are having your feed coming twice. That means you are listening to the broadcast and speaking in the studio. There is a delay with the people who are listening, so it brings conflict. Mute the feed ya kubroadcast kwa ya nini ya wasikilizaji kwanza, and then you will be able to speak moja kwa moja without creating noise. If you get it, please fix that before you continue with your submission. Alafu Mark Meki anasema volume please. Okay, inaonekana Moses ameenda kurekebisha. Mark Fish unasemaje?
Bernard.
Yeah.
Unajua wakati fisi anataka kukula watoto wake anasema ni kama ukiona hyena, yani fisi akitaka kula watoto wake anasema wananuka kama mbuzi. Mwishowe anawala because wananuka kama mbuzi. Angalia hii serikali. Wacha niende tu kwa huyu kwa mada. Mkulima mwenye ameharvest mahindi yake, na huyu mkulima anatoka upande wa ufa, the Great Rift Valley. Now ndio, that's the main basket ya watu wanaolima mahindi. Rais mwenyewe anatoka sehemu hiyo hiyo, lakini mkulima huyu amesahau rais aliwaambia wapande avocado, waachane na mahindi. Kama hawakusikia ile mambo waliambiwa wapande avocado, alafu wakaanza kupanda mahindi, na inaonekana hii serikali ilikuwa na mpangilio mwema kwamba lazima big boys wafanye biashara ya mahindi kutoka nje. So mkulima yeye ataendelea kulia. Lakini ukisikiza mkulima vizuri, alisema yeye halimchagua huyu rais. Yeye mwenyewe mkulima alimchagua rais. Rais huyo mwenyewe anatoka uponde la ufa. Mkulima anatoka uponde la ufa. Na huyo mkulima ndiye ako na mahindi. Na serikali imesema hainunui mahindi, inaagiza mahindi kutoka nje. Mimi siwezi laumu rais kwa wakati huu, kwa sababu alikuwa amewaambia mapema. It is you go and grow avocados because I'm going to bring maize. Tuende kitu ya pili. Ukikuja kwa
ngoja Macfish, kabla uende kitu ya pili.
Yes.
Wewe hujui kwamba Kenya Kwanza wanasema wapangwingwi? Kwani unataka wapange namna gani kupanda avocado wakati wao wamejipanga kupanda mahindi? Wapangwingwi?
Wakule ujeuri yao sasa. Bottom up. Haya. Tuende kitu ya pili. Hii commission ya Jebukati na wengine wawili wanaenda Januari. Cherera ako na kesi. Amewekelewa kesi. Cherera and the company wako na miaka 4 ya kufanya kazi. Na after 4 years kumbuka tutakuwa tumefika uchaguzi wa 2027. Sasa hii ni wazi. Hii ni wazi kuwa ya kwamba tusipoamuka kama Wakenya na we smell the coffee, tujue kama watu waliambiwa panda avocado wakakataa wakapanda mahindi wanalia, na sisi hao wengine tuko hii side tumeona vile mpangilio inakuja. Tusipoamuka asubuhi na mapema tuende Jamhuri tusikize vile tunaambiwa, ndio tuende kutafuta haki zetu. This is just a game the government is playing. Serikali number one iko kitandani na judiciary. Serikali iko kitandani na parliament. Serikali iko kitandani na senate. It is complete. The government is in bed with these people. So mimi ningeuliza ama mimi na si wa Kenya, tusiwe wajinga tuanze kuliwa hapa, ndio tuanze kuambiwa eti na sisi tunaanza kunuka kama mbuzi, ndio hii serikali itule. So mi naimisa wa Kenya tushikilie mahali tuko. Siku ya Jumatano tuende Jamhuri tusikize, na we are not supposed to give this government any time anymore. Number 2, tuende pole tuende. Number 3 yani, subsidy ilitolewa ya food. Kumbuka tuliambiwa unga itakuja 70 shillings. Sijui kama mmeiona hiyo ya 70. Mafuta subsidy imetolewa. It is now retaining at 180, 190. Lakini kwa hizi vitu zote hakuna kitu Mkenya ameambiwa ama amefanyiwa ya kumuinua. I'm telling you, in the next 2 years, hii mambo ya bottom up ama hustler, sijui wasipokuja hii side ingine tuungane ndio tusisimie ndio tuamuke, basi kilio chao na kesi ishakatwa, moto imetayarishwa, ni kuwekwa ndani na story itaisha. Thank you. Umenipata?
Okay. Yes, you're good. Go ahead. Na utamatishe muda ndio huo.
Ndio sasa ya mwisho mimi ninasema ni hivi, na mimi na si wa Kenya, tuwe makini na hiyo siku ya Jumatano tuende sisi zote, tusianze kuambiwa eti serikali kazi yake ni kutupatia ulinzi tukiwa na hiyo mkutano. Hakuna kitu eti askari nini, hapana. Askari kazi yao ni kutupatia ulinzi. Thank you.
Okay, asante. Thank you so much for that. It's important. Let's all get our orders right. And Kenya is for all Kenyans, and it's only safe when every Kenyan is taken care of. Any Kenyan that is discriminated against poses a problem to the entire country. These 4 commissioners have their right to be wherever they are, and whoever thinks they shouldn't, you should prove it in due process. But in my opinion, they have no case to answer. The Supreme Court never mentioned them to have caused any issue. If there is anything, the person mentioned in the Supreme Court was Wafula Chebukati. He should be the first one to be out. How come the petition against Wafula Chebukati and the 2 was filed in Parliament, and the Speaker sat on it, never mentioned it, waited until the one for Cherera came later, and then he acted on it mbio, 24 hours, he has already read it, he has already kicked the process. When will he begin to act for the one for Wafula Chebukati? This is a twisted parliament, and they want to twist every Kenyan along. Here hatutakubali. So let's do what is right, because it is right. Naomba sasa tumsikilize, hebu nione kama kuna video ya kucheza kwanza ndio tumlete mama. Mama Mary amefika. Let's see. Okay, I think this is okay. Let's play this.
Cotton, the Roundup Ready soya and Roundup Ready corn, have started to breed super pests and super weeds. So now they're trying to get new. First generation of GMOs, the BT cotton, the Roundup Ready soya and Roundup Ready corn, have started to breed super pests and super weeds. So now they're trying to get new GMOs based on gene editing and gene drives. In gene editing, not only is Gates financing the research, he has created a company for the patents. It's called Editas. So he will collect rents when the gene editing is pushed through. And worse, in the United States, half the farmlands are overtaken by superweeds. The most important one is Palmer amaranth. Amaranth is a sacred crop for us. We eat it. Now the U.S. defense system, DARPA, and Bill Gates have joined hands for a new technology called gene drives to push species to extinction. And they want to drive the amaranth to extinction. And there's a footnote in that report saying, oh yeah, there'll be a food security impact on India. They eat amaranth. No, there'll be a food security impact on the world. This is an acceleration of the race to extinction. It is immoral. It should be made illegal.
Era of error. The era of error. Escape the era of error. It may sound like a tongue twister.
God is never in the noise, and he does not compete with the noise.
Critical subject. In our day, it is not called syncretism as it were. It is called interfaith. Well, this is our online Bible summit where we are given to see to it that you establish your understanding of the truth so that you will be able to escape the kind of falsehood that is being cultivated, embraced.
Sasa usikose mafundisho haya ya Escape the Era of Error ukiwa naye
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for continuing to follow the broadcast. I trust is adding value to you. Let's keep our sanity and let's continue doing what is required. Subscribe to Sound Candid Talk channel, please, on the details that I'll be sharing shortly. And let's keep growing this big family and be able to reach as many people as possible. Asante sana. Naomba tumsikilize Mama Mary tukisonga mbele. Karibu mama.
Habari zenu wote, Bernard, Guru, Rhoda, my sister, bottom down, yeah, bottom, they have been flattened. And Markfish, yes, nawaona mko shujaa, mko imara, tunaongoja Kenya yetu, tuone vile itasimama, na itasimama, na itakuwa the best place to be. That's our country. We love it. We love it. We love it. Now, I have many questions to ask. Number one, where are the two commissioners that never joined Chebukati? Walitoroka kwa nini? Hata hao wanajua kweli hiyo mambo haikuwa halali, kwa hivyo they disappeared. Wao ndio wangekuwa hata more than the 4 commissioners kwa shida, kwa sababu hao ndio walitoroka, hawajaonekana. Kwa hiyo Kwa hiyo maendeleo ilikuwa inaendelea kwa upande wa Kenya Kwanza. The other thing, who are the commissioners ambao walifanya hiyo kazi ilifika pahali ilifika? Ni commissioner wa gani walifanya hiyo kazi ndio ifike Chebukati kwenda ku-announce? That means it shows very well that Chebukati worked by himself. He did his work by himself. Because if he had other people joining him, they would have been together at the podium. So we can see there is some sinister stuff, behavior in that office. Na Chebukati hata tueleza ati vile yeye alikuwa ni chairman, kwa hivyo kazi ilikuwa yake. Everything was to be done in the office in collaboration. Alafu basi chairman yeye aende announce kitu ambayo imetoka kwa mikono ya commissioner 7 including Chebukati. Niliona wakiita Chebukati hero. Ni hero kutoka wapi? You cannot be a hero when you are diminishing the democracy of the country. That is not heroism. We have seen heroes who have come from the war, walikuwa wana fight for their country. Those are heroes. We have seen people rescuing people who are in the water, some who are in the accident, some who, you are rescuing, you are not killing, and you are not demolishing. That is how to be a hero. Chebukati is what kind of a hero? This is a dream. They are trying to make us believe a hero can come in such a way. Chebukati is a thief. Chebukati should not even be recognized in any way. He should be in jail because what he did, he overturned the will of the people of Kenya. And he has no right to do that. I come to the JLAC chairman in the parliament. I don't know whether it's JLAC or whatever, I'm not quite sure. But the chairman himself, he looked so confused when he was trying to do these things in a hurry before he forget what he has been infused by his boss, what he has been instructed to do before he get out of hand, before he forget was I here, what was I told to do. Before he forgets, that is why he is pushing people in a hurry. He wants this thing to happen. He wants this thing to go. Then he can finish it. Who knows? These people are bad. They're hiring Kenyans to do the wrong thing, to follow them. We are not idiots. We know things and we sit back and digest. We do dissect too, to know what exactly that person is telling us. And you know why? Kwa sababu tunajua sisi si watoto wao, tuna miji yetu, tuna boma zetu ambazo tunalinda. Na kwa hivyo huwezi kunyemelewa na mtu akwambie tupitie hapa, ukijua kabisa nikipita hapa watoto wangu wataumia ama jamii yangu itapotea. We can't do that. So we have to listen keenly and digest what these people are saying. And because they have fed us with a lot of lies, we have to be skeptical in anything they say. Now they have made the farmers look like they are working so hard for nothing. It's like they are under their mercy. You can't be a farmer working on your own field, making efforts to bring crop, and then the government comes to be your controller, telling you this is the time to sell your maize. This is your time to harvest. Even if it is green, you have to harvest. What are you telling us? How comes that land, you didn't even pay anything for that land? You have never brought any machinery to do the anything in that land, you being the government, and you come to control me when I'm about to enjoy the heavy job I have done? It can't work. It can't happen. Well, those farmers, if they voted for him, there is always a second thought. There is always disagreement. There is always a change of mind. Maybe they have come to realize this is a hyena wearing a sheepskin, because right now they have realized what they are seeing is not right. They are not happy about it. Not happy about what they have been working for. Kuambiwa mlime avocado, seriously. Avocado mtakula na nini? How do you eat avocado? And how long? Do you imagine eating fruit, avocado as staple food? What else? Ndio mletewe takataka kutoka nje? We have land where we can plant our crop and bring up good food to our family. And I congratulate the farmers who go on, farming, doing their own stuff. They never change their mind to plant that avocado, because we will be in a very bad shape because the big boss was misleading the farmers. He was looking on his own. He don't care about those other people. He don't care about the farmers. He don't care about the families. He don't care about Kenyans. He's always thinking about himself. It's very sad. Kenya, you have to wake up. Think about your life individually. Don't think about that person, because he don't care about your life. If he cares, this is not the right time to argue with farmers, actually. He would have ordered all these trucks, go to those farmers, buy those maize, bring to the people who are dying because of hunger. The country is, the government has money to do that. Lakini kama ameamua ni kutuletea hiyo GMO maize, ndio wale farmers wamelima chakula ile tumezoea wakose namna, tumekataa kata. Farmers, stand on your feet. However, even if you voted for him, now you're feeling the pinch, but know your way. Don't go down. Don't change your mind. Follow your instinct. Let our country stand firm. Let's have our staple food as usual, because it's not gone, it's still there. Now, the other thing, the 4 commissioners are at their democracy, at liberty, to be on a different side. What's wrong with that? Nilisema the other time, even judiciary, remember about Maraga? Maraga voted with few and the others voted differently. However, even if things didn't work, you can see people stand on their democracy, their decision. They can go anyway. And nobody will go and chase them and tell them you did wrong. Because we understand things differently and we have rights to do differently. So Ruto should not be, I even don't understand. That's a small thing besides what Kenyans are going through. What is the 4 commissioners worthy of us, Kenyans, millions of people, that Ruto keeps on talking about the 4 commissioners? The 4 commissioners are just employees. They are not even his rank. And he is just following them. What's wrong? We need to understand why he is so serious about that. We are too far away to 2027. There are so many problems that are itching Kenyans, whereby we should not sit and think that we are talking about the 4 commissioners. Ruto should stop this nonsense, because it is nonsense. Simply because those people are in the office in the right way. They were voted in, however, and they are in the office doing their obligation. But I don't see the reason why the government, the full government, that they are all eyeing 4 people. They have been elected, they are in power. So are you exercising your power by just taking very, very small feeder roads that will not even take you anywhere? Those 4 commissioners deserve respect as anybody else. In exchange, Chebukati should not be even in the office right now because he knows the illegal thing he did. And at this time, being a Kenyan, I am asking, why was Sava reserved? Is it going with the Chebukati when he go home? Is it something that they will carry and go through in the ocean so that nobody will ever touch it? What is this? So important that we don't want to open the server. What is the server? What is the use then? We shouldn't be even paying for. It should be out of the vision of Kenyans so that we forget about it. The server had to be opened so that we can see what was going on. If it is not going to be opened, then Chebukati can go with it and get it out of the office completely, and we don't use it ever in our election time. Because what is the use? It doesn't serve the purpose. Just paying money for it and then kept it there dumb. Who has the signature? Who has the key? Is it Chebukati? Is it Ruto? Who has the key? Is it judiciary? Who never even wanted to know whether the server was opened? And that is one evidence that would have made the judiciary to change their mind. If you don't open the server, what are we doing here? Forget it. Let's nullify the election. That's what I expected. However, things did not go right, and we will not keep on talking about that. We have our way, and it will work. Let the mass go and listen to Baba, my president. He has the many good things that we can hear from his mouth, and it will be coming from him. We'll be listening, and we will follow his footsteps. I love when he says anything because it's something that really motivates many. And we feel it, and we understand him. I am a Kikuyu, and I'm supporting him 100%. I don't understand what's wrong with the Kikuyu. However, I believe many did not vote for Ruto anyway. I'm from that tribe, and I have talked to many people, and they have told me so many things. And so I understand very well that this was just a perfect deceit, perspection, like he's showing a picture that he's always there, so these people love him, whatever. It wasn't. That is perception because he was going to Central. Nothing like that. So guys, let's stay together, shoulder to shoulder, keep our country warm. Our country is going nowhere, and that is where we belong. Let's keep it safe and sound because we come from Kenya, our motherland. We love it, we love it, we love it. Thank you so much.
Ona, nimekasirika. Hii mahindi yenye unaona, hii mahindi yote unaona, hakuna mtu ananunua mahindi. Alafu tunasikia ati serikali wameota mahindi kutoka ng'ambo, kutoka nje. Na serikali pia wakatuuzia mbolea 6,000. Tukakuja tukakomboa shamba, tukalima, ndio hii Mungu ametusaidia tukapata mahindi. Hakuna lori, haionekani lori ya kununua mahindi. Na ndio hii nataka kunyesha. Hata sijui nitafanya aje. Hii mahindi ikikaa tu hivi siku 3 ikiwa nje, haki nitachoma. Uongo mbaya. Na nitachoma na nimulike ndio nimuone ya kwamba tumekasirika. Sasa tumeng'ang'ana, tumelipa, tumefuna. Hakuna lori. Serikali wanaota mahindi kutoka ng'ambo ya GMO, na sisi ndio tunahangaika hapa, hatuna kazi. So chenye tunaenda fanya sahi, tunatafuta kazi nyingine. Hata hiyo uwizi ya kuiba masimu kwa Nairobi pia tunaweza fanya. Sipokuwa sasa hatujui hata tutaanza aje. Watu wako na njaa huko Karisa, huko Marsabit. Na sisi ndio tuko hapa tumepanda, hakuna mtu anafuna, hakuna mtu ananunua, hakuna lori inaonekana, ndio mvua ndio kunyesha. Ndio mahindi, hakuna mtu ananunua. Alafu mnasema Ruto umetufanyia nini? Na ulituomba kura tukakupea.
Let's go back to Mr. Guru. Alafu Roda.
Yes, Bernard. You sympathize with that farmer, but I would also be very interested if somebody were to ask him if there was elections now, whether you'd vote for the same man. Because we have a problem in Kenya, a problem that is deeply entrenched to a level whereby some of us have elevated the issue of tribalism to such level that we hurt ourselves. We've been unable to look at leadership beyond our boundaries. And that's why you in the last elections, people are even rationalizing for corruption done by some leaders. Somebody would blatantly ask you, what of yours has he stolen? Simply because he has already made up his mind that is the person he is going to vote for because he comes from their region or is a tribesman. Until we start doing away with mediocrity in our thinking, we are not going anywhere. I am very surprised that some of this mediocrity is carried over by people who have gone to school. Somebody who should know better and guide others. Today, the shock that has come to the Hatupangwingwi generation is so much that they are not able to express themselves. Some of them who used to try to educate at that time, when you meet with them, they look down because they remember what you had told them, and now they can see it in life. They can see it practically. But then what do you do? That's our society. Somebody manages to tell the population that he's not part of the government when he is the deputy president, and then assigns guilt to somebody else. And because that person, the tribe he comes from, maybe you don't like it, or you hate him as a person, not because of anything else, or because you have been told he is a muganga, you go and make a big mistake in your voting. This issue of voting to protest rather than voting to get leaders is one of the things that is going to be undoing for this country, and particularly from where I come from. We seem to have a problem of voting more so to express ourselves in the opposite, that because we don't want so and so, let us vote for so and so. And we overlook the attributes, of such a person, and we end up crying. That is now what is happening. Today, if you ask those who are very round in our streets, the so-called Hatupangwigwi generation, that's what I call it myself. They have nothing to tell you. One, the hustler fund that they were promised to be zero interest is 8% interest. The bureaucracy that they were complaining about is even heavier than the previous fund. Now I hear the school fees subsidy is gone. So parents will have to earn some 8,000 or so next term. The kazi kwa vijana is gone, which used to give some about 2 million youth something to put in the pocket, and so on and so forth. Now, I was surprised to hear the president say that the elections that we held did away with the tribalism. That's a big lie. In fact, I think what has happened in 2022 has entrenched tribalism in Kenya so much so that right now the communities have started caucusing around the tribesmen in complete disregard of their political parties. That's how you see Musalia Mudavadi meeting with the so-called Murembe nation. You see the Kanini Kegas and the Rigathis crossing ranks and saying that they will fight for their community together. So we are far from emancipating ourselves from tribalism. And for that, that's why I was saying that young man who is complaining of lack of market, I would very much want to know what he would say if he was to be asked whether he would vote for the same person he voted for in the last general elections, simply because he comes from his backyard. We must be selfish as the public. We must look at our interests, not the interest of the person coming from your backyard. Right now, even the pesa ya wazee, I hear, has disappeared. They are no longer getting their monthly, stipend. Now, when you start punishing the elderly who are in their 70s, then that is a big problem as a government. Then what are they doing? What now are they doing? Because the subsidy on food was removed, subsidy on fuel was removed, the subsidy will be going away very soon. So what are they doing? These are things that we should start asking ourselves. And then when Baba says he wants to have a dialogue with the people of Kenya, starting with Kamukunji, you see people panicking. Why panic if you are doing the right thing? Why panic? So I see more and more dialogue going on around the country. I know in this forum we also have people who have fervently defended this government. But Bernard, as we dialogue, I would want at least one of them to tell us what this government has done or indicated that it is doing for the people of Kenya, particularly the most vulnerable, the youth, who are promised heaven and are now harvesting hell. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Guru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako, ushauri wako, wasia wako. Tunakushukuru sana na tunafaidika katika yote ambayo unachangia kwa mjadala wetu kila uchao. I started out the 100-day scorecard today, and so far I give Kenya Kwanza 0.02. Someone gave them 0.01. I don't know what the others will give, but in my opinion, since day one, siku waliweka Biblia chini, they have not done anything for mwananchi. In fact, what they have done is make life more difficult for common mwananchi. Number one assignment was swearing the judges that had been rejected. Number two assignment, withdraw subsidy on petrol. Number three assignment, withdraw subsidy on the food, maize in particular. Number four assignment, cancel kazi mtaani, which was benefiting common wananchi. Number five, lift the ban on GMO. Of course, order GMO maize from abroad before the farmers finish harvesting. These are the 5 sins that every Kenyan needs to look at and punish Kenya Kwanza government. You cannot take power and the next thing you do is make life unbearable. Why would you like to be a president of poor people? To be a president of beggars? To be a president of people who cannot put food on the table? It beats all understanding, both historically, scientifically, and otherwise. I would be proud to be a president of a country where everybody is able to do whatever they want to do. In terms of education, they can afford all of it. Food, they eat whatever they need. It's available. I want to be a president where I can walk freely in the street without askaris, because nobody wants to snatch anything or borrow anything from me. They have everything they want. I don't see why leaders become insecure when people get something for themselves. I am a pastor, and the hardest church to pastor is a church where members depend on the pastor for everything. That pastor, hii inamaanisha nini? Oh, pastor, niliota jana usiku nikaona sijui chai kakuwa nusu, inamaanisha nini? Pastor, I will resign. I love pastoring a church that is free. People are free to read their Bible, get their revelation. They can pray for themselves. They can cast out devils for themselves. They just bring testimony. I teach them well. They go and act on what I've taught. They are free. They don't have to consult with me. Leo tukule sukuma ama tusikule nini. That is not my business. So hawa marais ambao wanataka kufanya watu wakuwe maskini, ndio watu waende kupanga foleni ya kuomba mbeho mpaka lini? Let us get serious. So the dialogue that Baba launches at Kamukunji is necessary dialogue. And unfortunately, the best person to call for that dialogue would have been William Ruto and Gachagua. They were the best people to call for that dialogue. But they have been running away from people since they were sworn in. They have been running away from being asked questions since they were sworn in. And now questions have been directed to another office where answers are going to come. The question is, are they ready for what is going to come from Kamukunji, Tononoka, Kisumu, Homa Bay, Kakamega, of course, 46. It's 64, sorry. 64 stadium. So naomba hivi Julia, kama uko mahali tafadhali, naomba Duke, you have administrative power. Good. If you are here with administrative power, then I'm sorted. I want to appreciate every one of you to keep the conversation going. So tear gas and Duke mtasaidiana kuendesha hii maneno mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Mimi nataka sign out. I have an early morning show from 6 a.m. and it's past 1 a.m. here, so I need to put my head together for the morning show. Otherwise, I can't wait. Good to see you. Uliongeza miwani ya hata mimi nimeongeza kwa sababu ya hii serikali ya UDA. Imetuletea matatizo mpaka ya macho. But all the same, good to see you. David Arika, karibu kwa show. Thank you so much. Of course, our sister Rhoda, Duke, tear gas. And then from there tunaenda kwa tear gas, alafu tear gas you will hand over to Arika. Mlikujaje kwa mkururo? Duke, Arika, then Katre. And then si mambo mengine mnajua vile inaenda. Although just forgive me one moment, kuna video hapa nacheza alafu I move kwa sababu mimi nangatuka kabisa. Yeah. Let's just watch this shortly and then I sign out.
Seed saving is the most important thing to do in our times. Farmers have been made to believe that they can buy seed every year, but what's available in the market is chemically bred seed, coated with neonicotinoids, genetically engineered seed. So if you want to do real farming or real gardening, you need your own seed. The nature of seed is to go to seed, to multiply, to be shared. And all the new laws are designed to prevent us from saving seed, to make seed uniform rather than diverse, and to remove human intelligence from the reproduction and breeding of seed. And so you're a scientist when you start to save seed. A much better scientist than those shooting genes with gene guns blindly, not knowing what they're doing to produce GMOs. You're a scientist in service of life on Earth. But there's a second reason why everyone must be a seed saver. Because the colonization of this planet and life on it is taking place through the seed, through genetic engineering and patenting. And that's why in 1987, I started the movement to save seeds and created Navdanya. I'm so happy that with Navdanya and Navdanya International, the garden that Rishi and Manju and their family has built here in urban California is showing another way. California is such a disaster of trying to grow food in a desert, pretending you are in a wetland. And that has led to violence, both to the people whose water's been taken, but it has led to violence against the earth, and the drought of California should be a wake-up call. So get out of the supermarket, get out of the drought, get out of seed slavery, get out of food slavery, sow your freedom by knowing your seed, saving it, and this video that has been prepared will help you in starting that path, even if it's one pot on your windowsill, just a terrace in the city, or a garden like this beautiful one in the heart of California. This is how all of California should look, and this ends up being a water conservation system rather than a water guzzling system that the monocultures are. California has another road, and that road sign is right here.
When we buy food in the grocery store today,
It's a bit lengthy, but I think that part has served the purpose. If you want the whole of it, you talk to me nicely. I'll forward it to you. Then you can watch its complete presentation. But a very important point is raised there that we all need to come to terms with. Africa has been independent in terms of their crops, but somebody wants to enslave them, and they are following it like sheep going to the slaughter, hoping that they're going to get help when they're actually offering themselves for lifetime slavery. We pray for divine intervention, sobriety, and soberness to engulf our leaders not to go in that direction. Thank you. Tear gas.
Thank you very much. I wish you had not gone until David Arika speaks. He told us last time they are in power and we fear him. And that is why I called myself Tear Gas Wednesday, because we need those tear gas to bring freedom to our people. But anyway, the rest of the crew, Katwe, Bariako, Mama Mary, Prophetess Waidera Otieno, Duke, and friend Bernard. Yeah, I just want to make a comment on the video of that young man. Yeah, that video was sad. It's the effect of voting together. Democracy is a myth. There's nothing like democracy that majority wins. It's always that you think you win, but you actually don't win. You see, at the end of the video, the boy says, tulikupigia kura. Ulituomba kura yetu na tukakupigia. So his perspective and expectations were that when Ruto becomes the president, it was a utopia. It was a utopia for them. But now they are getting the dystopia, which they cannot fathom. However, I struggled with the video because I've never been unemployed. I've never hustled in my life. So I cannot say that I'm in his position or I can talk for his position. I've always questioned how people, my phone has been stolen 3 times in Nairobi. I thought I was careless, Bernard, but today I've realized why people steal people's phone. That young man at some moment said, afadhali niwache hii mahindi hapa niende Nairobi nianze kuibia watu masimu. You know, that caught my eye. If truly frustration such like this can make somebody think, and I kind of felt him, but I don't want to say that I know truly what, because nilijaribu several times to mute the phone and nihesabu hiyo mahindi yote. Nilihesabu about 37, but sikumaliza kuhesabu hiyo. I wanted to know how much in total does he have, ikiwa because Cheregai is fighting for them to get 5,000 to 7,000. So I was like, let's say it is 6,000 on average, times 40, okay? Already has almost like a 250,000, which is not so bad, but then ukitoa vitu zingine na zingine. So what I did not understand ni nani, Moses Kuria was in Trans Nzoia on Sunday, and he said that he has given farmers 72 hours to release their maize. So here is a person who has their maize and whose video has gone viral. Bernard, do the government come to take your maize, or you take your maize to
NCPB, because I heard him say, "Ata lori japita," because it's very confusing on the whole process of how our maize gets to the government granaries. I thought we used to take it.
NCBB needs to be officially open through, in fact, should be gazetted or something.
Yes.
Then there's a public announcement, people can submit their maize. That has not taken place. And now what they are begging for is because the anticipation of GMO, the prices are going to go bad, they would rather sell them to the brokers. So the brokers ndio wale wanatembea na malori wakichukua. So hata wao pia wao hawanunui kwa sababu wanaona price is going to drop. That's the outcry of the young.
So then, it's good David is here. David is the one who was saying that we must go to GMO. David, we have so much food in Kenya, and you are seeing it. Why should that even happen? So now it's very confusing, Bernard, because Cheregai is making noise. I don't know if it's true noise or is playing propaganda in regard that we don't want GMO. The government that he serves in, and he serves, I was looking today, the kind of committees that he serves in the Senate are very powerful committees. Did Ruto do it unilaterally or he did it through the cabinet meeting? And if he did, he should have sent circular to all leaders within Kenya Kwanza and told him this is the way forward. Then why is it that the members of Kenya Kwanza are complaining about it and saying no to GMO? It is an irony and a hypocrisy, and it's something that we are still questioning. Now, on that video again, there is something again I wanted to comment. You see, Bernard, Kenya is a very blessed country. When you finish planting in some areas are already harvesting. Now, is it the Ruto administration who are supposed to prepare for the present process of taking the maize that was planted under Uhuru regime, or it is the government that comes that takes over?
The farmers don't farm according to political calendar. They farm according to wherever, seasonal calendar. And then whatever government that is in power is immaterial. All that is there that the Ministry of Agriculture need to facilitate the farmers that supply their maize to the government, they do so. Okay, they should also regulate the other aspect, because there was a time during Moi's time when even the selling of maize was discouraged. Ulikuwa unapatikana unatembea na lori ama na ya baiskeli ununue mahindi kutoka kwa wananchi, unashikwa, because they need to control the maize, the food security within the country. So it is not left for whoever wants to sell. Whatever you want to sell. It was regulated to some degree. So regardless of which government is in power, the maize, or rather the crops, needs to be taken and preserved so that the future is guaranteed. Unajua, the way the government of Kenya is operating is such that they like crisis. They don't want to prevent the crisis, because whenever they have a crisis, they get donors who send them dollars. And so they have turned that into a foreign exchange earning program. From where I sit, that's what I can conclude. Because when there is a drought, they cry, watumiwe dollar. As soon as the drought is over, they cry floods. Then they are sent dollar. And after that, now they will say, the grasshoppers have come back. What are they called? Locusts have come. Also send us dollar. We need to have a responsible government that can mitigate these things without having to beg and without having to be caught unawares. I don't see how a sane government can be caught unawares with maize in the farm. Because the way they are behaving right now, they were not anticipating any maize. In fact, they expected to import all the maize. So I am sure he believed the story that he told them to plant avocados, and probably they planted avocados. So nobody planted maize. From how they are behaving, that's what I can
So,
deduce. They are behaving
so,
as if there was no maize growing in Kenya.
so Bernard, and that is why I was thinking today, I said most of the time when we talk about maize, we play politics based on our affiliation. I was thinking, how can we resolve the issue of maize? Maize is a political ping pong in Kenya. It looks like we can never be able to resolve the maize ping pong. It looks like maize bankrolls the politics of Kenya. And the parliament has no goodwill to do what? To legislate and have a pure bill. Because when you look at saying that you have to, what is the word? The NPCB must do what? Kitu wanaandika kwa gazeti. Why is the name going? Before you can take,
it
you
needs to
have to
make a
gazette. You have to
notice.
Yes. Why should you go through all that process? So I think
it's not supposed to be a private affair. You see the reason why we were looking at Tima in court.
Yeah. So let me finish what I was saying, and this is why I'm finishing to say, let us handle the maize issue. Let us, all of us, talk the maize issue as a food security, not a political issue. Because I think the politicians have taken advantage of it, and now see the people who are suffering. Today it might be, next time it might be you who is planting something, and the same fate will befall you. It can't be that somebody has bought fertilizer, has bought seeds, has done everything they can. Now they have maize, they have nowhere to take, and they say they are going to ban it. All we can do is make a TikTok and circulate it and talk about it. The government must be serious on such kind of issue. We cannot allow that. I've seen situations in Kenya whereby we had hunger and people in Central Province were throwing milk. That was a couple of years ago. Milk instead of us making it powder. So what I'm saying is that let us discuss on topic on how a farmer should be helped. And all these bureaucracies that we are seeing in the middle of gazettement, sijui nini nini, so that maize can be taken to sijui nini. And then you find the Minister for Trade giving us 72 hours when he knows the procedure that they need to do first, and yet he negates that. So that's all I wanted to say, that it looks like the government is intentionally not doing that, so that alisema in few days the rain is starting. If the rain starts, what happens? Hiyo mahindi yote imefanya nini? So if they have not done the process they are supposed to do so that the maize can come in, that is my problem with when I saw that video, that the government is intentionally doing something to hurt the farmers. And we must concentrate on that. You can't tell farmers to take maize, and yet you have not done what you ought to do so that this maize can be delivered to the government. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you very much, Tear Gas Wednesday. And just to throw this in, the maize, that guy is from North Rift. Okay? North Rift is not very far from Baringo. Baringo, people are dying of hunger. What is the governor of Baringo doing about it? If NCBB doesn't have room, probably the GMO has already filled the store. That's why they can't buy from the farmers. You know, the way government people use inside information to do their supply and then just wait for the check. So probably the NCBB are not being opened because they're already full. The maize already came and filled the store. Farmers have nowhere to do that. Why can't the county government of these affected areas organize themselves? They can even take a loan from bank and buy the maize to secure their county food-wise? Why should they look at the national government? The maize is from their region. They can have direct negotiation with Turkana, have direct negotiation with Marsabit, have direct negotiation with Lamu, with Cliffy, and all that. Whereby, sisi tutanunua mahindi, we will store the maize, then we will look for how to roll it down. And then we negotiate on how payments are done. Hii maneno ya kungoja serikali ya huku juu, na inakaa kana kwamba hakuna serikali huku juu. It is part and parcel of the confusion that will end up making people uprooting the maize. My father planted sugarcane ya Mumias, 5 acres. Mumias ikaleta mbegu, ikaleta mbolea, ikakuja ikalima, tukapanda, tukapalilia miwa. Ikakuja ikabeba miwa trailer sijui ngapi. So baadaye mzee akakuja, sasa anaenda kufuatia malipo Mumias. Kufika Mumias akaambiwa hata ile miwa ilikuja haikuweza kulipia mbolea na mbegu. Kwa hivyo he's owing around 16,000. Mzee alitoka Mumias amenyamaza kimya. Akapita hivi akaenda kwa chumba yake na akachukua ile jembe yake ile mrefu ile na akateremka chini kwa miwa. Mzee ameanza kung'oa miwa pole pole. Anasema kama baba yangu aliniachia shamba, Mumias ikuje kupanda miwa na ibebe bure, mimi nang'oa hiyo miwa. So the frustration of the farmer is such that the people who have the closest government to them, which is the county government, which needs to secure its people, should be the one even agitating for these farmers. It's not the farmers who should be talking. What is the governor of Uasin Gishu saying? What is the governor of Trans Nzoia saying? What is the governor of this region saying? MCA wanafanya kazi gani? Hii maandamano ingekuwa launched na MCA wa Uasin Gishu, MCA wa huko. Yaani sijui mimi Kenya inakaaje. Viongozi wale mnawapatia mamlaka hawajui kile wanafanya ama hawana habari kile kinaendelea. And that makes me very sad.
Bernard, I love that comment. I wish I had $100 in my account. I would have sent you.
Bernard, you have that. Bernard, Arika, you have $100. Stop lying. Hiyo maneno ati you wish you had. You have. That one ni kitu kidogo sana.
That is what we are supposed to talk about, Bernard.
Daktari uko na pesa kwanza. Wacha tuongee juu ya pesa kwanza.
You know I'm not poor, so I'm not bragging, but I'm saying if I have now, but I will have it.
Bernard, umepata sadaka.
Asante mtume hiyo sadaka raka.
So 10 seconds. Bernard, the issue of maize coming from Uasin Gishu to Baringo, I'll tell you one thing. We have a little bit of shambas in Kitale. If you are caught bringing maize, unless ni gunia moja, upate umebeba gunia hata 5 kutoka Kitale kuja Kisii, hiyo roadblock pesa utalipa ni nyingi kuliko hiyo mahindi kutoka Kitale mpaka Kisii. I don't know which law that you cannot bring. Those regulations are very foolish, and that is why hata saa ingine kuchukua chakula ya msaada kutoka a place to another, you rather carry money. Carrying maize itself, on every roadblock, you will pay money until by the time you get from Trans Nzoia to Kisii, hiyo pesa yenye umelipa huko njiani ni nyingi kuliko mahindi. Asante Bernard.
And it's because of the poor MCAs we elect into office. Because nobody will come up with those kind of arrangement that every boundary you cross, you pay. Every boundary you cross, you pay. Pay what? Is it road maintenance or is now milking the people along the road? Something has to happen to this country. And then the moment something is introduced, they hold it as if it's a Bible verse. They cannot, the regional blocks, okay, need to come together and say, sisi ni watu wa Rift Valley, sisi ni wapandaji wa mahindi. Tunafungua window period, okay? Window period. Between this time and this harvest, the levies on maize is lifted, okay? Because maize is now all over and people need to move around with it. When there is scarcity, is when you control, because you don't want your county to sell all the maize, then they remain hungry. Lakini wa Kenya, they can't move. One thing, they get stuck there. And that's what holds the country hostage. All the same, let's continue with the conversation. Thank you. Mama Mary, ulikuwa unasemaje?
I had a question, Bernard, when I think about what Alex said about, I don't know whether it's Alex or you said about the governor should be working to see that people get food. Have they been given their finance from the government and the government is just saying they don't have money? Maybe that is the problem.
The finance for the county government from the central government is not goodwill of the government. It's a constitutional requirement. So the central government has no choice but to release the money. And even if they fail, they owe. So they will send the money eventually. And that's why I'm saying, if the money is not readily available, because they receive the money from the central government, that gives them credit, capability. So they can approach any bank to buy for them the maize. Then when the money comes, they pay. And then this maize is an investment. They will now sell to the neighboring county and make the money. They don't even have to solicit the money from anywhere. They can just make that transaction. And it will work very smoothly. The reason why it's not working is because nobody wants to solve the problem. Kenya likes crisis. They like problems. They like trouble. That's all they do. So they wanataka kuona kama watoto wanakufa njaa, wa spread, we are dying of hunger, send help, send help. Something has to happen. We need a leadership that doesn't want to enjoy problems. A leadership that wants to solve everything permanently. Like food security of this country, given the leeway, I can make this country be food secure for 10 years. Hata kama wakulima watalima, there will be enough food for every person. We just need to manage our farms properly. Yule mtu yeyote akona shamba na atumii, hilo shamba either analipa tax kwa kutotumia, ama tunalilima, tunapanda, halafu tuna harvest. We store the maize, we store the foodstuffs. This country can be a great country if we only had right leadership. Kwa sasa hivi, everything is left to wonder. Anyway, thank you. So I'll leave with Katwe, unasemaje? Wewe ndio ulikuwa mwisho.
Mzuri sana. Actually, my question will go. My question will be this: you want to tell me that Turkana is so poor that if the governor of Turkana goes to a podium and announces that whoever who wants to buy maize through the county should bring their money, and then we negotiate with Trans Nzoia County to remove all the levies of the roadblocks and all that. If Turkana wants to raise, for example, 10 million or 20 million to buy maize from Trans Nzoia, and then negotiating with the counties that are between Turkana and Trans Nzoia, that we are going to buy maize from Trans Nzoia because we have a problem with food. You want to tell me that those people are so poor that they cannot buy maize through the county, that a governor wa Turkana alete pesa yenye watu wamechanga wenyewe, lakini hizi counties zitoe hizi levy such that we save that food from that inaharibikia Trans Nzoia iende Turkana? That is question number one. Question number two, when Moses Kuria is giving people 72 hours, the farmers 72 hours to sell their maize, has he factored in that they will be, right now the maize that is coming from those farms have got around 30% moisture in those maize? Is the government want to dupe those farmers to buy that maize? Because hata mimi nikienda kununua mahindi sahi Trans Nzoia, nitakwambia yeye haijakauka, nitainunua na bei kidogo, you know. So the question is, who is duping who between the government and those people and these intermediaries, the brokers that are in here? Anafungulia brokers leeway ya kwenda kununua mahindi yenye iko na moisture ndio wanunue na bei kidogo, such that hapo wapate pesa mingi wakati mahindi imeshakauka. That is one of the disastrous comments that I've ever heard from Kenya Kwanza. And anyone, if David Arika, you're going to defend that thing, and Duke, I don't know which prayers you need. Bernard, uko na watu wa kuombea sahi.
Okay, thank you. From where I see it, there is nothing any county government cannot get done if they want it done. There's nothing. Negotiating about levy, very possible. One county buying maize on behalf of the other is very possible. We just need to facilitate. What do we do? You went to school, primary school, okay? There are things we used to do because of the neighboring primary school. For example, if the neighboring primary school has no road access, okay, na maziwa ya Nyayo imekuja and our school is near the road, they will deposit the milk for the school here and the neighboring school here, so that the neighboring school will come and collect from here. It needed no paperwork. It needed no prior agreement. It's just mutual neighborhood agreement. So shida ya hapa, I still insist, ni viongozi wanaopenda matatizo na wataki matatizo ya watu ikuwe solved, kwa sababu watu matatizo ikikuwa solved watakuwa na kiburi, okay? Wataanza kuwasomea, wataanza kudemand vitu nyingi. So wanapenda watu wakinyenyekea kwa umaskini, alafu inawafanya wanakaa mtu mkubwa. In my opinion, hiyo ni uchawi, urogi na kila kitu ingine yote. We need to have a leadership that thrives in making the people proud by ensuring that their food secure. Turkana can get maize from far as Kakamega and free, because government, the moment we label lorry, government of Kenya, GK, okay? So niambie county askari gani atasimamisha hiyo lorry aseme hii si ya serikali? Then he has authorization to pass through Uasin Gishu, pass through this, and deliver. You have that written letter from the commissioners here and there. There will be no problem. Lakini hatutaki matatizo itatuliwe kwa sababu siasa zetu zinategemea matatizo. Okay? Nichague nitawaletea maji. Nichague nitawaletea barabara. Nichagueni nitawapatia pesa. So mimi nauliza, kama tuko na maji na tuko na barabara na tuko na pesa, bado utahitaji kuwa mbunge? That's the question. If we have all our problems solved, will you still want to be a member of parliament? Then if you want to be a member of parliament, what will you be doing? Because you want to be a member of parliament to bring me water, to bring me food and barabara. We need to upgrade our politics to reach a place where we are talking policies and not this madness of nitawaletea leso na sufuria. Wanarika, karibu.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. For this the first time in several months, I want to agree with you today that leadership is a collective responsibility. We cannot afford to sit down to blame and lament. We need to do something at our level, and we need to do something as individuals. One politician said that think what you can do to America, but not what America can do to you. That's a driving force. It forces people to see what kind of contribution they can make to a country than how the country can benefit them. Two, I also want to agree with you and Alex, partly because he left, that wherever he is, if he's listening, maize in Kenya is more of a political issue than an economic issue. Remember, as a country, every country struggles to do two things: to achieve food security and at some level to achieve food sufficiency. There's a difference between the two. Food security is to have enough food regardless of the source. You can grow yourself internally or locally, or you can source from the neighbors. But food sufficiency, it is having enough food, but you produce yourself and you are able to even export. But in the two, there must be sustainability. So Bernard, we need to ask ourselves genuinely whether we are food secure or we are food sufficient, because we've been told there is a strategic grain reserve managed by the government. And this strategic grain reserve is supposed to check the prices, how they fall and rise, so that they maintain a stable price, not to affect negatively the farmer. So what happens is that when we have a bumper harvest, it is the duty of the government to come and buy so that they reduce excess supply in the market to stabilize the prices. And when we have scarcity in the market, the government now uses what it saved during good times of harvest, it supplies into the market to maintain stability of prices. That is aimed at protecting the farmer. It is a government policy of any government, and we don't expect Kenya to be different from such a policy. But what has happened is that we are politicizing this issue. When I came here some 2 days ago, when you had a hot debate about GMO and non-GMO food, I started with point 1, which people ignored, and picked point 2. I said, if we have enough food in Kenya, please buy from the farmers. Buy Kenya, support Kenya, grow Kenya. The farmer will be more proud, will have money in the pocket, such that he can do his stuff, pay school fees, improve his lifestyle, because he has earned. There are farmers who do farming as a trade, and therefore they need support. But again, I said, if we are not food sufficient and we have no food, people are dying, let us not use the pretext of saying GMO is dangerous when our people are dying. Because up to now, we don't have any scientific proof that GMO causes cancer, GMO causes food allergies, or GMO is dangerous. Until such a day scientists will bring that aspect out, we have GMO as a food that people can consume, that animals can consume, and it does not whatsoever interfere with reproduction. I know people got mad, but that is exactly what I meant. It can be supported by scientists and the like. So Moses Kuria giving people 72 hours, to some extent, where we started, Bernard, some people also want to hold government hostage. At one point, we were asking ourselves, why do we have people being poor and yet they are very good producers of this crop? Because we have cartels, people who buy from poor farmers, they hoard that crop, they cause artificial scarcity, then they use their methods of communication, which is they blackmail the government, so to say, and say, look, mnakimbilia GMO, chakula takuja kutuua na tuko na chakula hapa. Meaning they want the government to buy from them at exorbitant prices such that they can make a kill. Those are economic saboteurs. They are not genuine at all. Otherwise, if they had the heart of Kenya, they should buy and make fair profit. Even Bernard, you said you are a preacher, and I believe that. Even the Bible condemns unfair, exaggerated profits. That's what is killing us. We want to make a big profit by punishing and even killing our own people. If we are genuine with ourselves, we have the maize, come out and sell. You have asked a very good question, which I said, I wish I could buy you a cup of tea. If there is maize in Trans Nzoia and your neighboring county is dying of hunger and you have a county government, agriculture is a devolved function. You still want to blame Ruto? I mean, you're not serious. Carry your maize, take it to Trans Nzoia, sell at a profit because we have a liberal market. Or let's have county strategic reserves. Let's buy, because the reason why we devolved, which we liked, devolution came to address local needs. Our need in Nyamira, for example, may not be the same need in Baringo. Baringo could be struggling with water, but Nyamira, we already have water. We need to think about something else. And that's how counties have grown or countries have grown. We bring the problems of the people at fore depending on their environment. People who have pipe water, they cannot allocate county resources to bring another pipe water. They think of something else. But we have forgotten that, and we are now busy lamenting and blaming. So I want to say that let's have a conversation as Kenyans that we need to hold our leaders across the board, because leadership is all about collective responsibility. What have we done as a county to sell our maize? We have excess of it. Do we? Somebody has asked in the comment if you can go there. I also read comments when I'm not talking. Mtu ameuliza huyu jamaa kwani alipanda mahindi auzie government when people are just dying next door. You carry a maize and go sell and at a profit. So if we wait for the government to come and buy at an exorbitant price, remember the government also has a duty to balance these resources. So it's a pity though that farmers are not able to sell because of cartels and levies, but if leaders can come. Recently we had a governor's caucus. What did they talk? They're supposed to share ideas. Bernard, your county, you produce fish. I don't have fish. How can I get fish from you? I produce matok and Dizzy. How do you? I worked for some time between Kisii and Mawego and Homa Bay. I saw the way farmers from Homa Bay were getting sugarcane, a lot of food stuff from down in Kisii and Nyamira counties. The two counties are dependent, and we go down, bring fish, bring sand. You know, that's what we mean. We exchange what you have with what don't have. So counties, when they meet, they should not just meet and eat kuku and say we had a governor's caucus and we talked nothing. They should raise their revenue. They should alleviate problems affecting their residents' immediate problems like excess. If there is too much maize in North Rift, the governor should meet and say, hey man, I have excess of it. What can we do? And raise revenue. I also want to say that let us also not be too much into politics, especially when things are affecting our people. Like now, everybody's up in arms and saying we need, like Alex, I wanted him to be here. He's saying he wants a national dialogue where Raila would meet people and talk about why GMO is going to be imported when we have enough of maize. Alex, that is a pretext. We have had national dialogues before. They bred into building bridges, and you know what happened. Raila as a leader has a capacity, because under his party are so many governors, and in his capacity as a leader, he can make an appointment with government and share positive ideas, not calling people to the streets. This time we have exams going on. If it is a national dialogue, let's have a dialogue. You can go even on TV and talk to people. You can go to State House and talk to the president himself. Raila is a leader in Kenya and abroad. I mean, why should you call people to Kamukunji? It beats logic. You are inciting poor people who have no solution. That is my take. So if it's a national dialogue, we can meet. Raila can meet a government, can meet his counterpart the other side. He can send his men, whom you know, very powerful men who can talk. Orengo is now a governor of Siaya, I think. What is wrong with him having a dialogue with a person from Trans Nzoia? Is the powerful man called, is it Natembea? And say, look, we need this. Must we really go to Kamukunji? So Alex, I don't support the Kamukunji aspect, but I want to say, let's have a national dialogue. Let's put politics aside and address our issues as Kenyans, as mature democrats, not people who are disgruntled and complaining all the time. Let's think on what can we do to Kenya as Kenyans, but not what Kenya can do to us as individuals. That's my take, Bernard.
Okay, Kamukunji is for seeking people's opinion on the persistence of the Kenya Kwanza government in their what seems to be revenge mission against everybody who is perceived to have been against them. It's a consistent pattern that has been laid bare, but it seems like Kenya Kwanza is not budging. They need to do their revisit and finish. And so that is an invited discussion that cannot be between the president and Raila Odinga. It is now a national issue that must be addressed by the people. And it is not incitement. It is a matter of people getting the rights to express themselves on these matters in an open forum, just like we are having a conversation here. Raila is a leader in his own capacity, but it is not his responsibility to help this government govern. It is the responsibility of this government to seek help where they need in order to govern. So if they now know they can do without, they have made it very clear, okay? They don't need Raila Odinga, they don't need any other person. They are well able to govern. So let them govern and let them also let the conversations take place elsewhere. That, to me, there's nothing unconstitutional about it. There's nothing out of the law about it. And wananchi kuongea hiyo ndio jukumu lao, na baba anaheshimu uamuzi wa Wakenya. Siasa yake ni kuuliza Wakenya. Wakenya wakikubali, anasonga nayo. Wakenya wasipokubali, anaachana nayo. That's what he's been doing all along. I don't see anything different from there. Swali itakuwa the 4 commissioners waende wasiende. Kwa nini? Lakini story ya kwenda bungeni ya 4 commissioners, that one we rule it out. Haiko. Tribunal kama itatengenezwa sawa, but it's going to take long. So whatever Kenya Kwanza is fearing about IEBC, they better begin to prepare to live with it, because Chebukati and the team are leaving. They cannot extend one more day in office. The only people remaining in that office is these 4 commissioners. Then waanze process ya kutafuta watatu, waongeze kwa hao 4, kazi iendelee. Lakini kama wanataka kutimua kila mtu ndio watengeneze commission mpya kupitia mlango wa nyuma, itakuwa kali.
No, the 4 commissioners will go home, Bernard. That is not a debate. That's not a debate. Just watch that space. Those guys will go home.
They go home for what?
We said it here. Let's wait and hope God will keep us alive.
They go home for what? What have they committed? Worse than what Chebukati has committed in this country from 2013 all the way to hata tusifungue hiyo chapter.
Sawa.
Chebukati anapaswa wakati anarudisha file, kama kuna file ya handing over ile tulikuwa tunasema clearance ya shule. When Chebukati akimaliza clearance ya IEBC, akipeana tu dakika mwisho wakati anapewa living certificate, he should be arrested there and there. Apelekwe kamiti, kesi yake ifanywe akiwa kamiti.
Chebukati has gone into the annals of history.
Mkiwafukuza and then that will be the end of IEBC.
Chebukati Bernard has gone in the annals of history as one man who stood against intimidation and it became truthful. That one,
did not.
It will be there until generations to come.
He did not. He was intimidated 2013, he did it. He was intimidated 2017, he did it. He was intimidated 2022, he did it. He's a man who succumbs to intimidation. Different from other men who are really men, who stand their ground and do what is right, regardless of who prefers what where. Chebukati knows the results of elections. All the elections from 2013 to 2022.
That's a man who stood with the truth.
He didn't. Stop defending fallacy, please. Wachi hapo. Tunajua ukweli. Na ukweli unatuweka huru. Naomba hivi, nabii ushafika. Na watu wangu wameenda wapi? It is time for Duke. Huh? But my prophet, I greet you as I leave you the stage. Ogat Duke, you are the one in charge of this program with the tear gas. Mtafutane, muendeleze show, lakini muhakikishe kwamba inatekeleza majukumu yake. ibadilishe ikaanza kufanya mambo mengine ambayo hayafai. Asante.
Okay, unataka kuniachia watu wawili hapa, lakini mimi ni ule mbaya. Unataka kuniachia watu wawili?
Deal with them very well. If you failed this exam, we will review that you are okay, reinforcement imekuja, usijali.
Kwani mato naogopa nini? Lete hiyo nyefu yako.
Nataka kuniachia watu wawili na mimi nimechoka bwana. Hawa watu wanachosha kabisa. Kwanza Duke na nani, wewe kwanza wewe David Arika. Niko na issue na wewe. Wacha kwanza tuheshimu pastor mwenyewe.
Naona leo umeweka jina kamili Mato. Ya jana ulikuwa unajiita aje?
Wacha nirudishe basi. Nitoke nirudi tena nikiwa hivyo. Kenyan with love.
Anaitwa Chebukati Arika. Atakuwa mjinga kutoka class 1 mpaka form 4.
Geoffrey Ruto, whether they go or they remain, IEBC will never be the same again.
Wait, guys, nitamuita Chebukati Arika.
Wait, Bernard, kabla uende, tafadhali, let me misbehave, please reprimand me. With the risk of being reprimanded by the chair. Bernard, unajua nini? Kuna kitu tunatafuta, nilieka huko kwa comment section. Hatuwezi kuwa na mahindi ina expire kwa gallows mpaka wakulima wanaanza kulia mahindi ina expire, na pia tear gas ina expire. Hatujatumia tear gas na tunailipia bwana. Hiyo ni umma yetu. Satan. No, we have to get that tear gas kwanza itoke kwa gallows.
Okay, mali ya umma itumike kwa umma.
Tunalipia.
Sawa basi, tukutane Kamukunji, wacha story.
Hata utakuwa unadanganya watu waende kuchapwa tear gas na umejificha hapa. Najua wewe.
Nini? Hakuna kudanganya bwana Rika. Tear gas hiyo tumezoea. Ukweli ni kwamba hii nchi haiwezi kuenda kwa nini kuharibika tukiona. Afadhali tukufia hapo. Bwana Duke, just run the show please.
Na tutaki kutupiwa vitu zime expire.
Okay, can I give my submission now? Before I start, I want to say that there are two things which you must differentiate. One is the availability of food, and then the affordability of food. The situations we are seeing across Kenya, more especially in northern and eastern counties, is a situation where people have no money to buy food. If you go across the supermarkets, you go across even local markets across the Republic of Kenya, there is a lot of food, a lot of maize. So it is the fact that people don't have money to buy it. Number two, actually, Alex tried to say that you cannot move maybe maize from Kakamega or from one county to another. That's false. There is no provision of that kind. What happens with the traffic officers is actually corruption, because maybe they know if you are supposed to transport food, you need to have specific licenses or requirements, and then they know you don't have that, so they engage in corruption. But there is no provision which says that you cannot transfer maize from one county to another. Actually, you can do that as an individual or as a company. Then coming to that case of that farmer, if indeed it's true, then that's unfortunate and regrettable. However, I'm doubting that it is actually true, because you may find he was a worker somewhere and they wanted to make a video for the social media, number one. Because that area did not appear like a marketplace. It was like a farm or somewhere within the compound where maybe maize was being packaged. So I don't think you can just wait pies in your farm or in your compound. And indeed, if you want to sell maize, if you go to markets and cereal stores across Kenya, they are ready to buy. Maybe you may disagree on price. So you have to know where is your marketplace. Also, we are told that the cereal pod wants to buy like 10 MPACs. It's even encouraging Kenyans who have maize to take it to the cereal pod. Most farmers were trying that their maize they were saying that their maize has more moisture content, and maybe they be given more time to dry their maize. And I'm very sure that there is nothing like 3 days ultimatum. That's like was just something which was a talk to scare people, or even to scare those who are holding maize. So I'm sure they are going to be given enough time, maybe say 2 to 3 weeks, and then they take their maize to the cereal board. But even without the cereal board, we are a free market economy where there is voluntary exchange of goods and services, and where demand and supply forces are the ones which define or dictates the prices in the marketplace. So there should be a limited government interference if a free market is to work well and effective. Because when the government interferes, it brings some imbalances or shortages and surpluses. Now, can you talk about, for example, perishable products, tomatoes, onions? Does the government buy them and stores them somewhere? But while those products are available every day across the Kenya. So the problem is the government trying to interfere. So I'm feeling that the cereal board should be disbanded, because actually its main mandate is about food security, but it fails to understand what's food security. They think that food security is about buying maize and storing and then selling to Kenyans, because they simply buy and then they sell even at a profit. So that's business, that's not food security. So food security entails safety. That entails, for example, setting specific standards or quality specifications. So if Kenyans are producing or Kenyans are buying from elsewhere, they are checking to ensure that this food is safe. Also, you are talking about availability. Availability mainly does not mean that you go and bring products outside the country. It's actually about production. So the country should promote or enhance the infrastructure which is needed to increase the production, so that to ensure that we have enough quantity of food. And then you talk about affordability, which is actually when you afford you support the production, the cost will reduce down and the prices will be reasonable. So that's what food security is. But does the government or the board understand what's food security? No, that's actually we have the program in that. Then I want to talk about the mass action. It's the so-called mass action. We are not, nobody's scared about the mass action. It's not the government which is scared, or actually even the parliamentarians. Those who are scared actually are the business people. Because to a large extent, the mass action in Kenya, to a large extent, is not peaceful. And I'm just trying to say that we need to be civilized. If there is a mass action, let it be peaceful. Let us not witness looting, tear gas, something, people fighting with askaris. So most people who are business people are the one who are scared of that, because many may fear to open their businesses on that Wednesday. So it means those people who go to work every day and get food, they will be affected. So those are but I'm not against the mass action, but it's more about what is the mass action agitating for. What does it want to achieve out of that? and it should be more focused on the issues which are affecting Kenyans. Maybe we are talking about access and affordability of healthcare, access and affordability of education, access and affordability of food. Those are things which are support. But if you are trying to bring a mass action which is political in a way, that will not be helpful at all, because we are, those who have a memory, it was just 2017. Remember, in 2017, many people died. You have to know what's dying. Dying is not something is even about one person. So there are a lot of people who died because people were actually having a political mass action, which was not having specific objectives, to the extent it never realized anything. Actually, people died, and then those who were fighting became friends, and everything is was forgotten like that. So Kenyans must be sensitized on what are their interests. How are they going to benefit from the mass action? I'm very sure if you are trying to support the if they are going to for mass action so that they can ensure that the 4 commissioners are not removed from their office, actually that is I can say priorities are upside down, because actually the 4 commissioners are the weakest. So even if the president wants to use commissioners, those who can be used, they can be called and told, say, hey,
Can you post the link so that I come in on my computer other than being on the phone, because kuna vitu nasema hapa, but I want to come on the computer.
Yes, just I think there is a link within the comments. You can be able to access it.
It's not there. I'm looking at it right now as we speak.
It's already expired.
Okay, just a moment.
Because even Jiro is asking for it.
I'm just trying to access it. Well,
just post a new one. Just post a new one. I mean, you can keep on talking, because I have a comeback for you, but you can keep on talking while you're doing that. I hope you can multitask.
Ametoka.
Ameenda tena. I think I may click the wrong button, you know.
Yeah.
Saa zingine unadhani unaenda kuclick kitu alafu una click the wrong button. Lakini wewe sasa
Alex kwa simu yake aweke.
No, Alex anasikiza ako nyuma. Nilikuwa hata nimeongea naye kabla hata nikuje. Anasikiza. Alex, kama uko huko nyuma, tuweke link. Sasa wewe unajua sija kuona siku mingi.
Mimi nilitoka.
Alafu unakuja
nilitoka.
Alafu unakuja hapo unapiga kelele bwana. Unapiga kelele gani hiyo sasa wewe?
Mato. Yale ambao tulikuwa tunawaambia mlipuuza. Tukawaambia sisi tumetoka hapa ta kelele, waje twende ground tafute kura. And that's what we went for about 2 months now. Tuende kutafuta kura bwana.
Kura gani mlishinda, kura gani?
Sasa nani alishinda, ni wewe?
Yes, si tulishinda.
Aje?
Si tulishinda, tuko na namba. Ni hakuna kitu mlishinda, ndio maana hata mwaka moja hamwezi maliza. Na mtaki kuambia watu ukweli.
Mato, tulishinda kura bwana. Wacha hizo kasumba.
Hakuna, mlishinda wapi? Unataka nikuulize swali nimekuwa nikiuliza watu, unajua sijapatana nawe hapa. Na because nilikuwa wewe na Duke, unajua mkipatana mnakuaga kitu moja. Which it's okay.
Sumbua.
Sasa wacha nikuulize wewe, nimeona ukilemea watu hapa, si ati sikuage naangalia. Naangalia. Nakuaga tuko chini. Wacha nikuulize swali moja. Bro, na usidanganye. Unajua kitu tulianza kuongea kitambo sana. Let me ask you a question. Na tusidanganyane, please, tusijaribu kudanganyana. Let's be honest. Other than half of Central, which I don't even think it's half. Nimeuliza swali mara mingi hapa, kila mtu kimbia. Nikiulizia swali. And half of Rift Valley, ni wapi pengine mulipata kura? Tuanze. Muna misi mtu wa kudanganya. Mimi mtu napenda kuongea facts. Na mimi mtu napendanga math. Tuanze. Let's start. Tuanze. Other than half of Central, half of Kalenjin land, tuendelee. Please, ongea. Number 1 ukisema nitakubali. Number 1.
Unataka nikupea statistics venye tulishinda kura ama unataka?
Twende buda, niko nizo statistics zote zenye unataka kuniambia. Let's go.
Unajua what happened?
Okay. Okay, don't tell me you have them. Tell me. I've told you. Mimi nimekuambia 2 zenye najua Ruto alipata kura. Mimi najua Ruto alipata kura. Ni ukweli kabisa, nimekubali alipata kura. Lakini najua alipata kura wapi? Central kidogo kidogo tu, hata si yote. Na Rift Valley kidogo kidogo. Aya, tuendelee. Kazi kwako. Haki ya Mungu nakwambia hiyo kitu imekuwa ngumu so much that nimeuliza hapa hivi kwa hii show. Na unajua hii shows kwenye tulikuwa hata ukiwa hapa. Hajawahi. And I'm telling you,
we have a
I'm telling you, bro.
We have a detailed spreadsheet of how we performed in the entire.
Okay, okay, tell me.
Listen, you know, it's good also to listen. We have a spreadsheet on how we performed in the entire.
Tell me the spreadsheet, what it says, the spreadsheet that you have. We were here counting the elections. We are the ones that actually knew when the elections were coming in and out, and we have the data. And that's why that question is so hard with the UDA people. And you were here. We used to close this show, me and you.
It's not hard. The problem you have, the Azimio people, where you are one of them, you are only selective on what to hear. If anything,
I am not an Azimio person. I'm a Kenyan patriotic. I'm a Kenyan patriot.
If anything is spoken outside what you wanted to hear, you get pissed off. That's the problem.
I don't get tuchunge kwa sababu tuko kwa channel. I don't get pissed off. I kind of sometimes sit down and understand what it is, because when you come here, bro, when you come here and try to tell people to believe in what you're saying, and it's not happening, to a point that even within 100 days, you're having maandamano. That people, and no one has told you, by the way, it's maandamano. People say they are going to talk, and now you don't even talk. The president that you vouch for does not even say it in Africa. He says it outside the Kenya, which he is the president of, says it akiwoko nje that, oh, it's a dictatorship. In what way, in what world have you ever seen someone become a dictator and they are not even leading the country? They're not the president. So when did Raila become a dictator? He's not the president of Kenya. Munakimbianga nyote tukikuja tukiamua. So how do you call someone that is not the president a dictator? In what way did he ever dictate anything? Kabla umalize, because people are listening, I can't stop. It's not a private conversation. Ndio maana nikiingia ngapo hivi Duke anapotea cause anajua nitaongea na nitamwambia. Duke, come back. Mise kuja. Alex, kama unanisikia kuja tuongee story bana. And ladies and gentlemen, the people that are listening to us, this is a channel that we have to talk about our country. And sometimes we have to talk the reality. I've never seen an opposition dictator. in my whole life. So when you demystify people, sometimes it becomes an issue because they don't want to listen to it. There's no way, while my brother is finishing Maliza call yake, there's no way that a dictator, I mean, you can have a dictator who's in opposition and does not even have an office. A dictator is someone that is on power. That is what Idi Amin did, became a dictator. When you guys come over here, I want you guys, this week, nilikuwa nimesema, let's be patriotic. And bro, it's been a long time since I debated you, but I will debate you because we need to have a country of patriots, people that love their country. If something is wrong, it's wrong. It is wrong. We sit here and talk about inaitwa mahindi. How comes all these years again, bado tunaongea story ya mahindi? Yet when someone was the minister of agriculture, alifutwa kazi because ya mahindi. Again, you come. So do you see the repetitive thing? David, umemalizana na simu? Because tumeachwa na
I'm trying to reach Alex and Makiadi to provide a link. That's what I've been doing. I've been telling you to be a little bit quiet, but you didn't. I didn't even listen to you. I was talking to them. I'm trying to source for a link so that members can also participate.
Much appreciated. I was just talking because I know they're behind there. They're listening. Even Julia. We just while you're doing that, I'm asking Kenyans, guys. I'm asking you guys, Kenyans. I might not be the best of the best, but I'm asking Kenyans, please, while he's doing what he's doing, can we go back to being patriotic to our country? And can we not let people that come around?
Mato, just a minute. Let me make a communication to the viewers or listeners. Makiadi is not able to be reached, but we are trying to reach one more person to give you a link. Please be patient. In the next few minutes, you shall have a link to join if you are free. In the meantime, you can be listening to Mato as he makes his submission. Mato, you can continue.
Okay, thank you. I'm just asking Kenyans to for now, like I've been saying, that I'm not going to talk about politics too much, but I want us to really sit down and think about our own country. That farmer that you guys had today talking, that farmer is suffering. And we have a president, and we have not even finished 100 years. Not 100 years, 100 days. You know, hatujamaliza na tunataka maandamano tena. People called Uhuru.
Let me ask you one-on-one.
Yeah.
Must you, whenever you have a national dialogue, go to the streets and call the poor people to come and demonstrate? You mean you don't have any other channel of airing your views and presenting your proposals to government?
But let me ask you a question. Why are you so scared about this demonstration? And who told you anyway we're going to demonstrate?
We are not scared, but you know, someone said once bitten, twice shy. You started in 2017 with what we call national dialogue. It's the same script you are having now. We expected this to happen a little bit earlier because it's a tradition. It is a precedent set, and we were skeptical. Why haven't you done it? Because nikawa umezoea, but we came to realize mlikuwa mnaongojea kwanza your daughters waingie kwanza parliament, East African Assembly, mchague your nephews to be commissioners in powerful resource allocation or whatever you call it, appropriation commission. Now, when you are sought as a family, you want now to call upon the poor people who have no money to buy food to come and demonstrate and get tear gassed. That is hypocritical. That is immoral.
Is it our constitutional right?
You have every channel. You can grab a phone and call the president of the republic and talk your views, but you want to use the poor people as a shield. We can't let that happen, Mato. We cannot let that happen.
Let me ask you a question.
We want the dialogue, riots. You make it the country be ungovernable so that you can have a handshake and mess up the country. This is not Uhuru, Bwana. Let's get facts right. This is not Uhuru. We cannot have a handshake. That one we can.
Do you know Robert? David Adika. Is it our constitutional right?
Wrong channels. You know, if you take even medication can be given to you to cure a problem or disease.
Is it? I'm asking you a very simple question. I'm Juangi kujibu. Is it our constitutional right?
To write. So
not to pick it.
So you are right. You are right. You can trample on other people's rights of entitled to peace and tranquility to do their business simply because you are purchasing a right. Rights have limits as well. You have limits. You cannot close people's businesses in the name of royalty. National dialogue. You can call their conference and we talk.
Let me ask you a question. Who spoke about rioting here?
You. That is your script. We know you people. You're not new to us.
Who is we people?
Azimio. Nyinyi ndio mnataka uongozi wa mlango ya nyuma. Kwani hatuwajui? Why do you want to pretend here?
But then, let me ask you a question. Actually, let me be realistic with you. Let me be realistic because this is a national channel, international. Let me be realistic with you. Do you remember when I think you're old enough? Do you remember when people used to talk about bypasses? You know what a bypass is?
Yeah, I know.
How many bypasses do we have in Kenya?
I may not know the numbers. I know they are.
Count me 2 of them.
We have some eastern bypass. You know, I don't really. I'm not a Nairobian, so I only hear about eastern bypass or stories like that.
No,
so I have no idea.
You answered my question. When one man that you're saying is trying to come and do a riot and bring chaos, like you always say that Raila brings chaos and everything, like you munasemanga saidienyu. You know, when Raila came out and said this is hii ni mali barabara inafaa kuikipitia, you know, that time mulimuita mwendo wazimu na mkasema ati hata wajaluo watalipa rent in Nairobi.
How is that having the nexus of a bypass?
I'm coming there. Just listen. So, but today, when you move to those places that alikuwa kisema bypass needs to pass because ukweli hiyo barabara ilikuwaga ya hiyo mnataka kuita government. Unaona? So, when he made the bypass today, kila mtu anasemanga bypass na anonga Nairobi imefunguka. And not even Nairobi. This thing was going that Uhuru alikuwa amepeleka mpaka Mombasa. I saw it. But again, Adika, David, you've been here for a long time. Ndio umerudi saizi. But I can tell you, I need people to stop cheap politics. I was about to say another name. But cheap politics, and understand that this country is bigger than me, you, or Adika. And the reason we are laughing stocks of the world, and the reason that some people are talking away from their own country, and you have a farmer in your own country saying things that they are going to ban their own maize. It's no longer, at that point, it's no longer about Jaluo, Kikuyu, or whatever, or Kenya Kwanza. Tumewapatia, and that's the reason we did that. People were against Raila coming to talk to people. Because, you know, tungekata. Because we have a constitution that made people die to have that constitution, to be able, me and you, to talk over here. And we can exercise those rights. Now, the funniest thing, Adika,
but as you talk,
and the thing,
as you talk, Mato, you know,
Maliza.
it should be a conversation. If it's a monologue, I will mute and listen. It should be a conversation.
Okay, no, we're going to do it. Let me tell you something, though.
Don't make it a monologue.
But okay, no, I will keep quiet. I will keep quiet. I'll keep quiet after that. Adika, Arika, unajua nini? Hiyo constitution yenye tuko nayo is very paramount to our country. And we've gone through a lot to get it. Maybe not us, but other people. And I'm surprised to hear someone like you say that you don't want people to go picket because it's there. Because there was a time that people never used to picket. And you couldn't picket. Ungeokotwa haraka sana. Yani hata kufanya hizi vidole mbili hivi. I'm old enough to know. Kufanya vidole mbili hivi. Ungeokotwa haraka sana. The thing is that our country needs renovation.
So,
and that renovation is going to take both of us and you too.
Mato, according to you,
yes,
the problem is not the maize. The problem is not GMO. Your problem is you are not happy with the government in place and you are looking for every reason, every excuse in order to appear relevant. That's what we are telling you. You are on the wrong foot. Whether you say we are annoying, we need to tell these hard facts right to your ears. You know, there are channels we can communicate, have a dialogue, and address our issues as a countrymen. Not all the time you are rejecting the government in place, you are opposing everything, even if you don't have facts. Up to date, people have gone to school with 2 ears and 2 eyes are saying elections were stolen. I wonder which human being you are. When we have exhausted all the channels, we have brought all the evidences in the Supreme Court, we have told this government won. Instead of you listening and accepting, you become disgruntled and desperate losers. We don't take a damn. I mean, Mato, why do we want to pretend?
Who's a loser? We never lost. We won the elections.
People lose the elections.
I just asked you where you won. You couldn't even answer me.
I have a whole script here to tell you. I can't answer in one statement. I have every area. Ask me where. I will tell you how much you got, how much we got. You know, you people, you went sat down and waited.
Go for that. Let's be educative. Go for that. Go for that. Which one? Where did we win?
Started celebrating. You expect the royal media to do stuff for you. You don't even have facts. In fact, you are the people don't have even records of where you got what number of votes. When others are sleeplessly watching.
You tell me then, because you tell me, I'll tell you mine.
Which area? I can read it to you. I have statistics here. Which area? I have a whole spreadsheet here.
No, you tell me which one other than, tell me. 20.
You want me to read all the 290?
Yeah, go.
Mato.
It's only the two of us. I mean, kama kungekuwa mtu mwingine hakuna mtu tunaharibia time saa hizi.
Ni area gani una doubt hatukupata kura ni kwa
Let's be realistic bwana. Let's be factual. Niambie. Okay. Mimi nimekwambia hata usiniambie Central na usiniambie Rift Valley, which I know it's not full. Haya, tuendelee, kazi kwako.
I think your question is a bit ambiguous. I don't think I can answer it.
No, it's not. Just tell me where you won. I can tell you where we won.
Mato, people go to
just tell
elections.
Me. Let's be factual.
Go to a competition. Look here. People go to a competition expecting 2 results, especially when it comes to elections, not even football. Football, you have 3, you expect 3 results. You either win, lose, or a draw. In elections, we don't have a draw. We have a loser or a winner. And when you come there, I want to urge you, plus your brigade, when you go to an election, don't be adamant that we are going to win. You know, you people, you behaved so funnily towards the elections. You had already won in your mind. And that's why when the opposite came, you are so mad. You are taking too long to heal. You know? You went there knowing you must win. You have the system, you have the government, you have media, you have everybody on board. Without knowing we have silent majority. People go there and vote silent without talking, without shouting here. Who may never come to Mutembe and talk anything. But still they go and vote.
You know, David
You
Arika, let me tell you something.
You said you cannot accept. Let's go to Supreme Court. We went there. You are bringing photocopies of 2017. Shame on you.
What?
You embarrassed yourself.
Okay, ngoja ile nini, let me ask you, 2017 tulikuwaga na nini? Tulikuwaga na when that lady, the I mean, very
how
young
do you bring a photocopy of 2017? Do you think those guys are children?
So Kamago was in 2017 too?
You people, you embarrassed yourself. Actually, you really embarrassed yourself.
So Kamago was in 2017 too?
Huh? Anyway, ngojea 2032. Hiyo na tuwabembelezi bana. Mmetutisha siku nyingi.
Hata ya mumalizi. You know, let me tell you something.
Wapi.
Mumalizi. Msipobadilisha
serikali iko imara. Kama tuliwashinda mkiwa na government. Sasa hizi ndio tuko ndani, mtafanya nini? Mato.
Nani walikuwa na government?
You had everything. You had the media. You had Mutembei. And then you still want
Yes, and we campaigned and we did a good campaign over here. And because we were, yes, and you were here.
Tuliwachapa pants down. That's what I must tell you.
Mulichapa nini na hata mwezi answer after Central na nini mlienda wapi? Hata Giriama hata mjui mulipata pesa. Actually, umeniambia uko na hiyo nini. Tell me, how much do you get in Giriama land?
Giriama, tell me the constituency, I will read to you.
Okay, let's go. How much did you guys get in, let's talk about where do we start? Let's start with Taita Taveta.
Taita Taveta, let me go to T down here.
And why is this so hard for you guys to answer that
this
question?
This thing is big, my friend.
Okay. Sorry. Taita Taveta. I apologize. Taita Taveta.
Wewe relax, nikutafutie bana. Hizi vitu uko nazo na sisi vitu ya kukram. Kwa nini exam? Sisi tulishinda. Ala, we don't have to cram these stuffs.
Kuna kitu mulishinda bwana.
Nyinyi tuliwachapa, mlipiga kelele hapa siku.
Kwa nini okay, kama mlituchapa kwa nini mnataka kutoa nini commissioners wanne?
Those commissioners were conspirators.
Walifanya makosa gani?
Mato,
for
I'm
what?
speaking to you on one-to-one. Those
for what?
Commissioners, the opaque guys were conspirators and they must face the law. That one we are not missing words.
Okay, so what did they do? In what law are you going to punish them?
You will see.
No, tell me. We have a constitution, dude. Unajua hiyo ndio shida yenu na that's why I was taking you Arika. You guys don't understand that we have a constitution, a constitution that have laws. What law are you going to punish this with? For disagreeing with you guys?
Taita Taveta total votes were, let me read for you. Odinga scored. I think Taita, you guys won in Taita, 81.271, and William Ruto scored 29.145.
Okay.
That is where you won. Taita Taveta.
Do you want to move on? Tuachane na Ukambani, because you know what happened in Ukambani. Do you want us to keep on moving?
Yeah, bring the ones you want. I know you will bring those ones you want. We have here. You can tell you.
Okay. Na watu kwa comment section wanasema topic si nini si elections. But anyway, tumebaki wawili watu wa comment section, tumebaki watu wawili, so now we're moving.
You are dragging this into your topic away from what is here, and that's why I'm answering you. So therefore,
no, okay, I'll bring you. Okay, umesema Taita. Okay, let's move on where, okay, tukitoka Taita, let's move on north, moving from that, Mandera
County, isn't it? Mandera County, we have 106.279 for Raila Odinga. And for William Ruto, this thing is so tiny, one. We have 28.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Let's move on to Moyale.
Moyale ni wapi? Huko chini?
No, ni juu.
No, chini kwa script, ni juu kwa map. Wewe maatoni kama kuna kitu umekula.
No. Mi ni mtu wa hesabu bana. Mi ni mtu napiganga hesabu, najua kitu vijilienda.
Anyway, let me download this on the computer because it's so tiny I can't read.
Exactly. My friend, nitakuzungusha Kenya mzima zote, utakuja ukisema yenyewe mlishinda.
Mato, unizungushe nini?
Nakwambia zote utakuja ukisema mulishinda yenyewe. Ukweli ya Mungu siwezi kudanganya. I swear to God.
Can you do yourself a favor and heal from this dragon? You are becoming sick mentally because you can't accept you are defeated.
Okay, but usiniambie mlishinda wapi tafadhali.
When you are being told facts, you either brand people names, you are
okay, but tell me, Adika,
from the forum.
Arika,
yes.
Arika, please, I will let you, and I will agree if you tell me where you won.
So for what reason?
What do you mean for what reason? You gave us a president, you must have won. I will let you go if you tell me where you won.
Want us to spend, look here, Mato. We spend a whole day trying to tell you what
stop running away. Morife, stop running. Where did you win?
Sisi kura tumeshinda.
Mulishinda wapi?
Mulilalamika mkaenda kotini.
Uniambie.
Tukawachapa hands down. Out of 9 points, all of them were hot air. You now want to go to East African Court of Justice. Go. We are still waiting. If you can even go to Hague, we don't care. Because we have the facts. We won elections. And we are not doing this as a joke because we have already formed the government. So as you riot knowing there's a government in place. And we defeated you when you had everything, even the system. Mato, this is annoying, but I have to tell you, we beat you when we had the government, the system, the 4 commissioners who are your most.
Who was in the government? Who was in the government? Who was in the government?
Pretend that the 2027 you will beat us. You people, are you serious? Which size are you using? Huh?
Listen, do we have okay? Let me ask you a question. Actually, let me be very realistic now. Let me ask you, if I cannot have someone explain to me where they won their elections, and this is why Kenyans are so devastated, is because when you ask that question, the people that claim to have won, they don't know where they won, and they come here talking matope. And when we ask them those questions, they cannot answer them. Now, let me ask you a question. Why should I, as a Kenyan, ever vote in my life if even the person that won cannot tell you what they won? And they're coming here telling us, oh, you cannot go even have a Kamukunji to decide what your country is. And on top of that, they want to call the opposition a dictator. When in this life have you ever seen an opposition dictator? Idi Amin was a dictator, but he was the president. Gaddafi was, but I mean, we don't know about that very well, but he was a president. Now, when did opposition become dictator, that even a president is out there talking to people, other people that don't even belong in that country, telling the US and the other people just anaharibu tu, anaenda akiongea huko hivyo akiongea vitu zake. And I don't think he understands that he's the president of the republic, and that's why watu wakisema nini anaenda kuiongelelea outside the country, yet he is the president of the of Kenya. You know, it's so stupid that he should not even be close to that presidency.
Mato, hata uongee in this channel, I can keep what you talk, and please you Azimio team, because this channel is Azimio, I know. I was here when this channel started. I took off.
No, this channel is not Azimio, it's Kenyan.
Listen, Mato, you have been talking, I've been listening. I know you uko high. Hii channel nimekuwa nao tangu ianze. I took a break because most of the people were assimilated. They don't want to hear anything outside Baba. We took a break, some of us, but we were here telling you the truth. If you go with this trend, you lose this election. You say, wacha tuone. Sasa umeshinda mnaanza kugombana kututusi. Tutusi paka mfike mwisho, but we are in the government. We have no apologies to make. I mean, Mato, we told you. Whether we are annoying or not, the better you accept, the earlier you accept, the better. This thing will eat into your minds without accepting and find yourself running mad. There is no way Raila Amolo Odinga can be president of Kenya until the end of age. Do what you want to do, that one cannot happen. Accept it.
Why is he a Kenyan? Is he a Kenyan? Okay. No, what disqualifies him? What disqualifies him to be a president?
One thing successful that we did successfully as UDA is to seal Raila becoming president, and we did it. We have every right to say that. Why do you want to dictate on us talking too much? Baba.
What is by the way, acha cause tuko wawili, hebu nikuulize kwa kweli tu kabisa, because I want to understand your psychology and why you're talking like that. What disqualifies Raila from being a president of Kenya?
You know, let me tell you. In a contest, there must be a winner and a loser. But one man...
No, you said he can never. What disqualifies Raila Amolo Odinga from being the president of Kenya?
So you ask a question when I'm building my point, you interrupt me. So do you want me to keep quiet?
But just answer the question that I asked.
But I'm answering you. Do you want me to answer using your words?
Okay. Okay, I'm going to sit and listen. Tell me.
You know, in a contest, you must have a winner and a loser. That's number one. And when you lose as a statesman, you need to accept that this loss has come. Let's move forward. But one man who keeps on believing that he must win disqualifies him from a contender. That's one thing. Two, I came here and told you this guy, besides his political agitation, which is some of you are calling political space, he has not performed before. He didn't. And therefore his performance is in question. We gave him, okay, he was given by Kenyans 20 years to be in Kibra. Where Langata and Kibra is a part of Langata constituency. Look at what he developed, slums. You want to bring us somebody who was not able to develop a constituency to be a leader of a whole country. Three, Raila is very selfish. I can say it here without blinking my eyes. Even now, his brother is a senator, an 8-year-old who is sick now in India. Meaning there is no anybody who can be a senator. His sister is a woman rep. His daughter is ELA, member of parliament. His nephew is an appointee of the Commission of Revenue Allocation. His relatives are in the political space. That's the person you want to give us as president. Three, if you don't sing Raila Amolo Odinga, you can't win election in some quarters of the country. You must come and say Tosha. And those people ravage the economy. The governors allied to Raila have always mishandled and squandered the resources in the counties. I can count Cyprian Awiti in Homa Bay, the former, the late Nyagarama in Nyamira, and even the Ongwai. Those are sycophants who sing to Raila. They don't do anything, they give Raila money. That person is selfish, and we don't believe he can be a good leader. That is it. and we successfully did it. And we have no apologies to make. You know, he should go and rest. He's too old enough to rest. There's no democracy in the ODM itself. You know, he plants candidates. If you try to raise up your head and you're against him, you're done.
Dude,
I can give you example. In the reggae, where is he?
David Adika.
Relax,
Do you understand?
Relax.
Do you understand why you're sitting here with me talking?
I don't know.
Do you know how that came around?
Stop relying on simple things like came around. If it was done by him, someone else will also do it. Why do you want to apportion everything to him, my friend?
Okay, endelea kuongea kidogo.
Nimekuchoma lakini leo nimekupata one on one. Hii mambo ya kujificha katika siasa ya Azimio, my friend, we will put you square and clear. Hakuna rais atakuwa hapo.
David Arika, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I think my kuna mtu amenipigia
wachana
let me fix my audio. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can? Good. Okay. Can you speak so that I know you can hear me well?
I'm hearing you.
Ai, sikusikii, sijui nini imefanyika sasa. Unless it's your settings, maybe someone on the comment section can tell us if it's the settings. So it's
take care of your gadget. Take care of your gadget. Yeah, I can hear you. And by the way, I need to leave in the next few minutes. I have some appointment to attend to.
Hello?
Hello?
Devi, unanisikia?
Wewe unanisikia?